Thank you, everyone. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the fourth Multidisciplinary International Conference on Introspection of Sustainable Development Goals 2024-25. We are thrilled to have you join us today for this momentous occasion. We will now commence with the inaugural function with the traditional Deep Prajwalan and Ganesh Vandana, setting a pious and auspicious tone for the day. I request all the dignitaries to please do the honors. Volunteers, can you please guide the dignitaries? Thank you very much, everyone. Now we will proceed with the felicitation ceremony to acknowledge all the dignitaries for their invaluable and contribution and their presence. Now I would like to request all the dignitaries kindly take the chairs on the dais, please, so that we proceed with the felicitation ceremony. Volunteers, please guide the dignitaries. Prashant Deshmukh sir, can you please join us on the dais? Please. Okay. Okay. Mr. Ajit Chowgule sir, please join us on the dais. Mr. Sudhir Rai sir, yeah. Mr. Aditya Mishra sir. Ravindra sir. Akiseta sir. Thank you very much, everyone. So we will now proceed with the felicitation ceremony. I would like to request our convener, respected Prashant Deshmukh sir, to kindly felicitate Mr. Ajit Sovule, Executive Director, WISMA. Please welcome them with a round of applause. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Prashant Deshmukh sir to kindly felicitate Professor Sandeep Inandar. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Prashant Deshmukh sir to kindly felicitate CEO, KIT Innovation and Research Hub, Research Foundation, Sudhir Awari sir. Now, I would like to request Architect Ravindra Sarnaik sir to kindly felicitate Aditya Mishra sir, representative of Aga Trust. Thank you, everyone. Before proceeding with the conference, I would like to thank all the dignitaries and eminent guests for joining us today and sharing their knowledge and experiences with us. I would also like to take this opportunity to talk about this venue for the ICISDG conference, that is Suzlon One Earth. Suzlon Earth Campus, also known as One Earth Campus, is the global headquarters of Suzlon Energy Limited, located in Pune, India. Designed by the renowned architect Christopher Charles Boninger, the campus is an exemplary model of sustainable and energy-efficient architecture, reflecting Suzlon's commitment to renewable energy and environmental stewardship. Suzlon Earth Campus embodies a harmonious balance between nature and modernity. It serves as a living example of how sustainable design can create inspiring work environments while reducing environmental impact. This campus not only showcases Suzlon's vision of a greener future, but also stands as a benchmark for sustainable corporate architecture globally. Thus, this venue aligns completely with the aim of this conference, which is to illustrate the importance of Sustainable Development Goals, which were declared by the United Nations in 2015. The net zero theme of the conference aims to transform all the campuses and urban spaces into living laboratories for Sustainable Development Goals and carbon neutrality. Now, let us proceed with the homage to our late Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh, and visionary industrialist and former chairman of Tata Group, Mr. Ratan Tata, as well as Christopher Charles Boninger, the visionary architect. Okay, thank you so much. Let us just honor them with a big round of applause, all the three visionaries. Now, we would just take a moment to felicitate Architect Prashant Deshmukh sir, our convener. Can I request Ravindra Sarnaik sir to please do the honors? Thank you, sir. So please stay there, please. Also, we have with us Architect Pune, Assistant Professor, VESCOA, Mumbai. I'll request Ravindra Sarnaik sir to kindly felicitate Architect Pune. Thank you, ma'am. Also, we have with us today Architect Rutraj Kulkarni sir from SBPCOLD. I request Sarnaik sir to kindly felicitate him. Thank you, sir. We are fortunate to have Professor Sandeep Inanda, sir, Vice President of Vishwaniketan CTIF Global Capsule with us today. It is with great pleasure that I introduce Sandeep Inanda, sir, a distinguished leader in the field of education and visionary in project-based learning and entrepreneurship. Dr. Inanda holds a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering, a master's in control systems, and doctorate from National Institute of Industrial Engineering, NITIE, in electrical distribution system efficiency improvement. As the trustee and vice president of Vishwaniketan, he has been instrumental in driving the institute's mission to foster innovation and skill development. With 37 years of experience, Dr. Inandar has held key leadership positions in various academic institutions and has been actively involved in numerous European Union projects. He has organized over 30 international workshops and collaborated with industry giants like IBM and Reliance. His contributions to education and research have been recognized by several prestigious organizations, including NABET and the Government of India. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Inandar, sir. May I request Dr. Inandar to kindly say a few words.
Good morning, all, and wish you very happy new year, because we are in the beginning of the year. When I received first time the invitation and a request that I should organize some speaker in this conference from abroad, and at 2 o'clock you may listen to Dr. Peter Linden from Denmark. He's under our collaboration, and he will speak on business model innovation with sustainable goals. I see a lot of students here, from which institutions I don't know, and some teachers. So I would definitely advise you to look at that, because as introduced, I keep on working with 24 countries all across globe. CTF Global Capsule is a worldwide research center, and I work for India. And I work in education. Since 87, I am in education. I am a teacher. I enjoy to be a teacher. And so far, I've lived my life with that kind of enjoyment. When I read the title of this conference carefully, it was really amazing. It's all about introspection. And in India, we love to create huge policies, very weak implementation, and there's never introspection. Is my experience for last 37 years as far as the administration of so many things we consider. For example, NEP, you must be knowing, National Education Policy 2020. I sit in the advisory board of NABET, National Accreditation Board for Education and Training, autonomous body of Government of India. And there are 12 leaders of industry education. They come together every month, we meet. And the board also has serious questions about implementation of NEP in the ground level. So I would be taking some freedom to speak, because I see students and teachers here. So with that introspection, I could come across some thoughts. If you see the 17 goals, there's only one goal in those 17 which has influence on all other goals. And that goal is fourth goal, quality education. So quality education has to deal with life under sea. It has to deal with industry. It has to deal with almost all the sustainable goals are touched by, and I'm happy I take that opportunity to speak to you about my experiences in education, because education, the fourth goal, impacts all other goals. See, I don't mean education by formal syllabus, question answer marks. The complete 1.5 crore students in this country write examinations for 1.5 months every semester. I don't want to say, I don't want to talk about that education, because I'm exposed to something different. For me, I experienced where in Brussels, 4,500 participants, attend the European Commission conference, 4,500 in one hall physically, and the speakers stand here at the corner, 1 minute to 9. These speakers directly go to stage. The convener says good morning dot at 9, and the conference starts. You cannot think of sustainability without sustainability sense of time. I've been blessed with, 9 o'clock it starts, 1 o'clock dot, 4,500 people have their lunch with glass of wine. Again, coming back to business. So I'm speaking about that education. And I earnestly feel as a teacher who has been psychologically, mentally, emotionally involved and journey from lecturer in one college to now, we don't say owner, because the trust law doesn't allow anybody to become an owner of an institution. It's a trustee, and trustee is a caretaker. And we all have forgotten that. The owners, the sons and daughters of owners and all that. Again, that is non-sustainable, I'm telling you. So sustainability can be taught in time. It can be taught in systems, processes, and that process, that education I'm speaking. So when I remember, as a student also, from 1982 to 86, I always feeling that whatever is being taught will not connect me to the work. And many of you may have that feel. I know architecture and design. These two faculties are little more closer to industry, little more closer to business. But if you see many other faculties like engineering, like so many other fields, where the experience of real life learning and application is missing. That is why I like the word of introspection, and I think we all need to introspect. We speak a lot, we have a lot of conferences. I'm an administrator. I really honestly not thrilled by any vision and any policy. I will see if really something has been implemented. And according to me, today's youth and the teachers, young teachers, because teacher will never be old. Teacher is always young. We always work with young students. So students and teachers honestly can create a difference of and on sustainability. I'll just show you how it is. And according to me, that becomes a sustainable approach. And I would love if we all, teachers and students, take that approach. We call it project-based learning. Project-based learning has different fields. I'll just share with you what CTF Global Capsule can do, what we are doing, and you can take advantage of that. Just 1 or 2 experiences I'll share. I was in Italy in the initial period of my candidature. I was getting exposure of European and American education system. And there's one very strong lady called, Italian lady, Marina Rubieri. She was IEEE chairman. So she was giving me a speech to introduce what her department is doing. And the department was working on smart homes. This is 2006. That time they were working on smart homes. And the lecture was absolutely fantastic because it was not a lecture, it was a report of what they had done. And suddenly that Indian professor, I raised hand and I asked her, Marina, how many people die in snake bite in Italy? Now she says, rubbish, where are you going to snake bites? I'm talking about smart homes. Because, she was talking to me how an old person can forget the medicine, taking medicine and how the home will. So it was a lot of care being taken of the smart and old people. I asked her, how many people die? There's nothing, nobody dies, Why? She says, we don't have traffic jams. Every 4 kilometers there's a hospital. Every hospital is equipped with antivenom. It takes 4, 5 minutes, 7 minutes, 8 minutes for a patient to reach there. He's treated in 2 hours and he goes home. And then I said, Marina, can you develop a mobile app for Indian people? Because in India, 17,000 people die because of snake bite everywhere. I asked that question and suddenly she slapped on my mind. She says, you Indians, Professor, you Indians, why do you want us to solve your problems? Why can't you solve your problems? Why don't you research? Why don't you think about it? So for me, that kind of education is very close to sustainability. I don't think system will take time. Top to bottom approach will never succeed in this country. But the bottom to top approach can succeed. And I think this is one of the initiatives which has been consistently. I was speaking to architect sir and Sir Naik sir. In spite of whatever difficulties, they are sustaining this conference and going it ahead. He has been talking to me for the last 2-3 years, but this year I should go. CTF Global Capsule, I'll tell you what we can do. We write European Commission projects. We have got 6 European Commission projects approved and worked and completed. About sustainability, one of the experience. Greece was our partner, and the project was about water conservation for in irrigation system of a farm. And objectives were written by every country. We wrote 24% water will be saved. 24. The crop was nasani, ragi, and ragi is getting reduced plantation, and it is very plastic. It is very nice, nutrient. So we thought we will go ahead with farming of ragi in that particular area. So we say for ragi plantation, our target is reducing 24% water requirement in the field. When we started discussing, the Greek professor literally started shouting because he has written only 0.8% water saving. His target is 0.8% water saving. Ours is 24%. And he thinks it is unbelievable. Not a single project can save this much. And it was literally a quarrel situation. And then I went back. I told him, wait, let us see. Now he was improving that 0.8% with all measures already taken, with sustainable water treatment systems, water systems available, and then adding up on that some smart tools. And I was saying water on a plain land, यार ऐसे पानी दे रहे हो, ड्रिप से दे दो 24% कम हो जाएगा. So when you speak about sustainability, the ground also is important, the background also is important, and we should keep that in mind. So the sustainability effort in Europe and the sustainability effort in India will be different. Please understand that. And for that reason, I really appreciate the way this conference is being. I am a teacher, poor teacher who has established a campus. So 80% of my time goes on non-value things, bank, collector, minister, all that. So I couldn't give time to you for the last so many years, but I'll take it now. I also will not do any ornamental work. दिखाने के लिए सरनाइक साहब, आपको अगर सचमुच सस्टेनेबिलिटी पे कुछ काम करना है, टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट तक लेके जाना है, हम दोनों बैठेंगे और विश्व में वो काम शुरू करेंगे. Just one more information. We have evolved a program called International Summer Internship Program for Indian students who are learning in engineering, architecture, design, and business modeling. It's a 4 weeks to 7 weeks program where Indian students go abroad in the summer vacation. And in architecture curriculum, there's a lot of tour and this tour and that tour. So you can go to actually Europe, US, few universities. You can work with a professor in Europe. It is always advantageous to work with the Western world, and then don't copy them and paste it here. You evolve your own ways to do it. And if anyone of you is interested, you can contact Sir Mike Sir or me, and we'll create some opportunities for good students and good teachers. Teachers can go for PhD program. I really believe a PhD for a teacher abroad is a pleasant experience in the same cost which you take in India. It can happen. For students, it's absolutely non-profit making program. There are more than 1,200 students who have completed their fellowship programs, and that all literature is available. So you can participate into that. When it goes to sustainability, especially with fourth aspect, education also is an individual path. 40 students from one class will behave 40 ways, and if they behave 40 ways, then it is sustainable. Exactly opposite to our education system. सबको एक ही क्वेश्चन, सबको एक ही जवाब, सबको एक ही टाइम. तो इससे आगे ये फोर्थ पैरामीटर में we are trying to work. I could speak more, but I have an appointment at 1:45 with somebody else, and Pune is traffic. Pune is huge traffic. So it was pleasure, and I'm extremely thankful to the organizers to invite me here. It was pleasant experience to see you all and share a few words with you. Every action, every activity which we do should evolve something for our life. That's our belief. तो आज आप यहाँ आए हैं, 1.5-2 घंटा 3 घंटा बैठेंगे तो सुन लिया, बहुत अच्छा था, ऐसे था, ऐसा मत करिए. एक शब्द. I have seen a European professor working on creating a business in peace. Where are we? शांततेचा business. So innovations are, Dr. Peter Lindgren can speak about it. So attend his business modeling approach. Architects also usually need training on business modeling. I'm telling you, they're not taught about business. मेरा पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस ये है कि वो आर्किटेक्ट जो डिसाइडेड टाइम पे ड्राइंग देता है, ऐसा मुझे आज तक नहीं मिला. Right? So you have a lot to fetch from this conference. You will listen to so many stalwarts. Try to add 1 or 2 values into your life, practice it, because unless anything is implemented, there's no point discussing. So I'm extremely thankful to the organizers. I should appreciate the girl who was organizing the event. Fantastic. She was absolutely on the mark. The moment you give her a message, and in 7 minutes, so the moment I told her, you should send the link to Professor Peter because he's waiting. In 7 minutes, she told me, yes, it is done. So we all have those characters. I once more thank you all and take your leave. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful speech and encouraging words. Now we will take a moment to felicitate a few more dignitaries in the audience. One of them is K. Shisha Sai Kumar, Managing Director, Harshita Infrabuild India Private Limited, Hyderabad. May I request Samik sir to kindly do the honors. Kishan Deshmukh sir, please. We also have with us today Dr. Sutar, Principal Shivaji Maratha Society, College of Architecture, Pune. May I request Ravina Samik sir to kindly do the honors. We also have with us today Architect Shubhada Agarwal ma'am, Assistant Professor SBP COAD. May I request Ravina Samik sir to kindly felicitate her. Thank you, sir. Now, as we proceed further, we have the privilege to welcome Architect Eddie Weir, who is joining us from UK. Architect Eddie Weir is the principal partner and founder of ADP. Since its conception in 1999, he has grown the practice into one of the most highly regarded architectural practices in Northern Ireland. Eddie is a graduate of the University of Ulster with a first-class BSc Honours degree in Architectural Technology and Management and is a chartered member of the Institute of Architectural Technologists, ICIAT. Eddie has a wealth of experience which he brings to all the practices projects, regardless of their size. Aside from his ADP role, Eddie is the president of Chartered Institute of Architectural Technologists and the president of Architects Benevolent Society. He is also a board member of the Construction Industry Council and the Northern Ireland Construction Group. Eddie is the frequent guest speaker at professional seminars and workshops regarding architecture and architectural technology. He represents CIAT as an expert witness at Parliament buildings at Stormont when required. In November 2014, Eddie was a recipient of the prestigious CIAT Gold Award for his services to the Northern Ireland region. He held the post of CIAT Vice President Practice from 2015 to 2019 and is the past president from 2019 to 2021. Eddie is the first person ever to be elected to the role of CIAT President for a second time. Let us now welcome Eddie and hear from him.
Dear friends, the built environment sector has a profound impact on the way we shape and experience our communities, influencing how we live, work, and navigate daily life. Our sector encompasses many strands, from urban planning, infrastructure, and construction to the management of natural resources, making its role in sustainability more crucial than ever. As such, conferences that focus on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals must not only encourage robust dialogue, but also foster meaningful collaboration to drive sustainable practices across the industry. These gatherings are key to bringing together experts, innovators, and stakeholders to explore solutions for creating a built environment that supports both human well-being and the planet's health. What's more important is pooling our collective knowledge, skills, and technologies to confront the pressing challenges that we face. The built environment, which is responsible for a significant portion of global energy use and carbon emissions, offers immense potential for sustainability improvements if we work together to rethink design, construction, and operational processes. This can be achieved through coordinated global efforts rather than the traditional approach of working in silos. By sharing best practices, we can not only improve the way we approach sustainability, but also make significant progress in meeting the SDGs. These goals cover a broad spectrum from reducing poverty and then inequality to ensuring sustainable cities and communities. I'm confident that this conference can be a catalyst for change, uniting the right expertise, innovation and vision to create a more sustainable future for the built environment and communities that inhabit it. Chartered architectural technologists play a crucial role in driving collaboration in the built environment sector. As experts in design, functionality, performance of buildings, we're well equipped to tackle the climate crisis with our technical skills and problem-solving capabilities. As a collective of professionals, I believe that chartered architectural technologists can make a tangible difference in addressing the urgent environmental challenges that we face. And our institute is excited to collaborate with you all as we demonstrate how our profession can play a pivotal role in this critical work for a better future. We send our very best wishes to you all from the United Kingdom as you enjoy the 4th International Conference on Introspection of Sustainable Development Goals. I really look forward to meeting up with you and speaking to you sometime soon. With best regards.
Thank you, Heidi, for your insightful thoughts. Now, we would like to proceed with the official announcement of the opening of the research paper conference. I would like to invite our convener, Architect Prashant Deshmukh sir, to do the honors. Light.
There are lights here. The speaker must be visible. A person like you is black, so visibility is an issue. Yeah.
Let me just introduce Architect Prashant Deshmukh sir to all the students. I'm sure the architects already know him. Architect Prashant Deshmukh sir is a distinguished architect and visionary based in Pune, India, renowned for his innovative approach to sustainable and modern architectural design. With decades of experience, he has established himself as a leader in shaping urban and industrial landscapes, offering expertise in diverse sectors such as residential, commercial, and industrial architecture. As the founder of Prashant Deshmukh and Associates, he has spearheaded numerous iconic projects blending functionality with aesthetic appeal. His commitment to sustainability and energy-efficient designs reflects in his dedication to creating spaces that harmonize with the environment while addressing the needs of contemporary living and business. Widely respected for his holistic approach and meticulous attention to detail, Architect Prashant Deshmukh sir continues to inspire the architectural community with his innovative designs and commitment to excellence. Now, I would request Architect Prashant Deshmukh sir to kindly announce the opening of the conference.
Thank you, ma'am. I think it is the first time such kind of a different introduction is given. Otherwise, people just like that he is JJ, he passed JJ, a gold medalist from JJ, then he went to Switzerland, and so on and so forth. Yeah, the recent news I would love to share with you is I was declared the iconic architect of India. So I think that is more important than anything else. Well, to start with the conference, there is some message on my WhatsApp based on ChatGPT, I suppose. Most of the students use ChatGPT for better English. So I'll just read that and then I'll continue with this. Yeah, it is with great honor and humility that I address the participants of the International Conference on Introspections of Sustainable Development Goals centered on the theme of net zero and the incubation of innovative solutions. This conference is not merely an event, it's a testament to the collective philosophy that sustainable development is both a responsibility and an opportunity to shape a resilient future. Let me add here the speech given by Inamdar sir. I'm so impressed, sir, by whatever you are doing today. And as a teacher, so much dedication to the subject itself. And I don't know whether students have noted, but you talked about a course which is in the summer vacation, and it is not in our own country and in our own homeland, but abroad. And there are so many, sir, so many scholarships such as these. Even I'm wearing a Rotary tie, with the governor of Rotary International declared one of the best in the world. We have some schemes where we can, sponsor these kind of students. So that's just a message for all of you. We call it as a NGAC program, New Generation Student Exchange. So we can do that as well. And there is very poor response from India at the moment, because I think as we discussed and shared, we don't really believe on innovation. We believe on copying and making some jugaad solutions. So that's it. The philosophy of this gathering rests on the principles of inclusivity, innovation, and introspection. As we navigate the complexities of achieving net zero, it is imperative to reflect on our practices, policies, and partnerships. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Transformative ideas, fostering collaborations and translating concepts into impactful actions has never been more urgent. This conference serves as a fertile ground for such endeavors, bringing together brilliant minds from diverse fields to chart pathways toward a sustainable and equitable world. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the mentors and visionaries who have inspired and guided this initiative. Your wisdom has been a beacon of light throughout the journey. To the organizing committees, your dedication, precision, and hard work have transformed a vision into a thriving reality. To our esteemed patrons and supporters, thank you for your faith in the mission and your invaluable contributions to that have enabled its success. To the speakers, authors, and participants, your insights and engagement have enriched the conference beyond, the conference beyond whatever was estimated. Together we can incubate ideas, implement solutions, and inspire change for a future that fulfills the promise of the SDGs and the vision of net zero. So that is what ChatGPT said about my speech. But then let me share about what I feel. See, right now I am chairman of the Indian Steel Construction Association, directly sitting with the Steel Ministry of India. And believe you me, although it is not there in the syllabus of the Pune University or whichever university, steel is the most sustainable material in the world. And not brick and stone or whatever, particularly concrete. And I was sharing with the engineers that concrete will be out of the world in the next 5 years. So please switch on to steel. And I was sharing with them that we constructed a building of around 30 stories in Hyderabad. He has come all the way. Let us give him a big hand. He has come all the way from Hyderabad. So he's a structural engineer himself and does a lot of work in the building industry. So my dear friends, we did this building in Hyderabad, Sai sir, 27-story buildings in 7 months in steel, along with 2 basements also in steel. Normally, what we do is we have concrete outside and steel inside. We do steel outside and concrete inside. It's called CFT technology. Unfortunately, not taught in the college because it is not there in the syllabus. I don't know when the teachers will learn about it to keep it into the syllabus. The unfortunate part which I have noted here is that the board of studies members hardly study. See, they are supposed to study what the world is doing. They are supposed to study what the other universities are doing. They are supposed to study what the other students in the world are doing. You know, I represented Indian Institute of Architects many years ago, I think must be 15, 20 years ago, as a representative of India to China. When the Olympics of China happened, I don't remember the... Sir, I visited 6 institutes in China, and I was so surprised with the work done by the students, and compared myself with our own institutes and universities here. And to my mind, I told we are not even 10% of what they are doing. 10%. Forget about the US and the Europeans. But even in China, there was a girls' college, since I see a lot of girls here. There was a girls' institute, and I'll tell you the story of BIAD, Beijing Institute of Architectural Design, sir. You know what they did? They wanted to put the Shanghai airport for the Olympics. 7 terminals. And they asked, of course, Norman Foster, nobody else. So he did 7 terminals master plan. And the government forced them to involve teachers and students of BIAD for the execution of that project along with Norman Foster's team. First 3 terminals happened that way. The next 2 terminals, they told Norman Foster that you can come a few times because our teachers know what it is. And when I went there, the last terminals which were built, no Norman Foster, it was done by the teachers and students of BIAD. I'm dreaming when this will happen in our country. And since I came there, I think university and council took up that we must have design cells, consultancy cells, whatever they call it, I don't know. So the college itself with the team of teachers and students can become a council and accept projects from the around world or suggest some suggestions to the development of the towns and cities of our country. Because I'm sure the students have better ideas than what we have. I always value them. They are innovative. And although teachers said कि पहला column निकालो फिर बाद में design करो is wrong. First design, then the columns they have to design. But that is what we do. We are on the wrong path. And I have been telling for so many years, and my dear friends, let's do this. Let's have a college cell, which is very important and which will take some projects at the government level and suggest something. You know, we had office in Daman few years ago, many years ago rather. And I gave a presentation to the collector beautification of Daman. Hafiz gave a presentation of beautification of Mumbai some years ago. I think it was in 85, 87, something like that. And today you see some beautiful place coming up. So can our colleges do it? Because it's a huge work and the individual cannot do it. But this is something which we need to do. I think on this platform when sir was talking about education, I think this is a kind of hint I would love to give. Why not go to the council, go to the Indian Institute of Architects and think about this, talk about this. Let us not only gather and have drinks. You know, we should do something, a very, very active participation for the growth of this country. How will this good country grow otherwise? I see the colleges the same way they were there 20 years ago. You know, I visited his institute also a few years ago. I was telling him today, we are doing 15 railway stations in Pune itself with redevelopment. And we are doing about 53 R2 digital centers and so on and so forth. I would love to share one very good thing that happened to me in Ahmedabad recently. You know, there was a presentation done by another Narendra Modi, who is not the same Narendra Modi Prime Minister, but this is a different person. And he's supposed to be the chief of Gujarat Development Authority. He did a fantastic presentation of a master plan which they have done, which is called as Gujarat 2045. And I think this master planning is also one of the SDGs here. And I was so amazed. They are confident that the Olympics will happen in 2038 in India, in Gujarat. And so they are planning for about 30 five-star hotels and 7 stadiums. So my appeal to all the students, there is a great opportunity in Ahmedabad coming up for you, but prepare for that. Because all these projects are signed with some world-based architects, but then there is an opportunity for you to work with them for the next Olympics that we will have in India. With this thought, I think I will leave you to think it over. All the best to you. Enjoy the conference. We are going to have great speakers tomorrow. So today, of course, we have a lot of international speakers coming up, and you will take the message from them. Many parents ask me what are the opportunities for Indian architects. And it is very sad to note that the architectural intake is also gone down. People think that there are no opportunities for the architects in this world. But let me tell you, there are no opportunities in US and Europe for the architects because those companies are here in South Asia for development. So what you're talking about are opportunities. There are opportunities and opportunities in spite of whatever kind of government and whatever kind of leaders that you have. If you have guts to talk to them about our country's development, I think God is with you. There are a lot of opportunities. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your thought-provoking speech. Now, I guess we are going to break for tea. But before that, there are some do's and don'ts on the campus. I would like to run through that. This campus is, while you know that this campus is a non-smoking campus, you're not allowed to bring the food inside this space. You have to have your drink or your food outside itself in a designated area. Please do not move in any other spaces other than this dedicated venue. Can we just show the security? Yeah. So for car parking, please follow the sign and follow the instructions given by the security guards. Please cooperate with the security team at Suzlon Earth. Suzlon Excellence Academy is learning center help to maintain the order and discipline in the premises. Kindly take care of your belongings. Management of Suzlon Pune will not be responsible for any loss or damage. In the event of any emergency fire, we are required to evacuate the building. So please evacuate quickly and immediately. Follow the exit sign and diagram, which is shown in this diagram plan here. Gather at the designated assembly area near the globe. Refer attachment of the emergency floor plan. Can you just show that? And your safety is our priority. That is what they pledge. So please be safe. Thank you very much. We will break for tea right now.
Excuse my words. We have Ajit Chaukule sir from the Sakhar Bhavan in sugar industry. As the IS Gaikwad sir was not able to attend and he has some urgent meeting with district governor. So he would be addressing for 1 or 2 minutes on behalf of Sakhar Bhavan. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Abhijit. And already the two dignitaries have some commitments. So with all honorable dignitaries and cheerful young friends. Friends, I talk about 3 A's. Myself, I am Ajit. You are architects and I belong to the Faculty of Agriculture. Agriculture has a very sustainable role in the crop development, food science, and feeding the citizens, not only our country, but the world over. Now, I come from the sugar industry. We run 133 private sugar mills in the state of Maharashtra. We cover the states of Maharashtra, Gujarat, and Goa. Unfortunately, there are no mills in Goa, but Gujarat has got 17 sugar mills, which are run in cooperative sectors only. We grow sugarcane crop on 1.4 lakh hectares, 1.4 million means 14 lakh hectares, and it is a huge operations for 5 to 6 months. We are crushing about 1,000 lakh metric tons of the sugarcane and we produce 10 billion tons of sugar. And 2 years back, we exported about 11 billion tons of the sugar world over, mainly in the Asian countries. Friends, when we were to come to this thing with our sugar commissioner, Mr. Shekhar Gaikwad, he is also from the field of agriculture, and due to his, he is now additional Director General of Maharashtra Government Institute for Yashwantrao Chavan Academy for Development Administration. But due to his video conference meeting with the secretary at Delhi, he could not join. So Raviji and architect Mohan Nikam, they requested me to few words to the youngsters. We have got ample and much more scope in agricultural science also. Take it any agricultural infrastructure, say irrigation or the house management, that is construction, low-cost construction, or I can say economical constructions for the agriculture sector, mainly the farmers. Dr. Inamdar has mentioned about the snake bites. Snake bites, and moreover, this happens in the agricultural fields and with the farmers. And Pune district, major concern, Pune, Nasik and Kolhapur districts, is the wild animals which are attacking to this thing. I think you have got in the syllabus of education how we can protect the human beings who are doing the agriculture, who are growing the food for us. Another which was mentioned by Dr. Inamdar, saving of the water. Water also a lot of technology has been developed for the sprinkler irrigation, drip irrigation. Here also your role as an architect can be it for the sustainable environment. The Government of India, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, if you scroll their website, which has been published in, announced on the 31st of December, this year-end review of 2024, it is available on the Government of website. So I would appeal students to go to that Press Information Bureau note, which government is doing for the green energy and sustainable environment. With this 27 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity is being developed in the solar energy, wind energy, which the Suzlon is doing in our country and the world over also. So with this thing, the sugar industry is being transferred not as only sugar, but is a bioenergy products. We are, whatever vehicles are being used, this 20% ethanol, which is a byproduct of sugarcane juice and molasses, has been mixed with the petrol, gasoline, and which are running our two-wheelers and four-wheelers. They are switching over to some of the sugar mills have concept compressed biogas also, which is energized from the molasses. Then you must have heard this thing about aviation fuel. So one of the leading companies in the Pune also, they have developed the aviation fuel for which we are contributing as a sugarcane crop. So this is being a transformation and will help along with you as a construction industry. We are also helping for the sustainable environment. So I wish this conference all the best wishes and all the stalwarts which are speaking, addressing to youngsters, whatever we have addressed here, and definitely you will take it as a takeout from this conference. And I thank very much for giving me this opportunity, because I have to leave for the sugarcane research where this Vice Chancellor is addressing to the all sugarcane development officers from all over the Maharashtra, which is about 80 kilometers from the Pune. Thank you very much, and I wish all the with this great success from this conference and youngsters. Thanks, all the best.
Okay, so now we can proceed for a tea break, and after you come back, we will have the inauguration of the e-book cover, abstract e-book cover, and the further proceedings will happen. Please return in 10 minutes.
Check. Hello. ती केबल कनेक्ट केली का आपली दुसरी आलेली त्याचा काय इफेक्ट आहे चांगला? चेक 1 2 3 1 2 3 4. हाँ चेक कर दें. हेलो. 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 क्या चेक. हेलो माइक चेक.
So who is managing that?
Hello, hello, hello.
Clear. Yes, बोला.
Hello? Okay, I would like to request following students to please come forward for their presentations. बरोबर है? येतोय ना ऐकू? I can feel it. हाँ, fine हमको वैसे है.
नाही नाही, तो बोलवला मुलगा बोलवला.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Kindly be seated in the audience. All the dignitaries have started arriving, so please be seated. Yeah, all the dignitaries kindly be seated in the audience. All the attendees also please be seated. We'll be starting the session soon. Now we will proceed with the official release of the abstract ebook cover. So I'll request all the dignitaries to kindly come forward. Priyanka, can you just guide the dignitaries? We will proceed with the book release. Yes, Ram Prasad, sir, kindly be seated. No, yeah. Book release. Okay, fine. Before we proceed, I would just like to announce here that for this conference, we have set up remote centers for attending the conference online. From all over India, there are about 30 plus remote centers. They have been set up in architecture colleges, civil departments. More than 1,500 students, plus students are attending this conference online. Now I would request architect Ravindra Sarnaik sir to kindly felicitate Ram Prasad sir. Thank you very much. Now we proceed with the section where we are going to pay homage to the revered architect Christopher Charles Benninger. A short film on his life and works will be run after the lamp lighting ceremony and a brief introduction by Mr. Ram Prasad Akiseti. It is my distinct honor to introduce Ram Prasad Akiseti, a visionary leader in the field of architecture and art. As the founding member, managing director of CCBA Designs alongside the late Professor Christopher Benninger, Ram Prasad has transformed the firm into renowned intellectual powerhouse in India. Originally studying medicine at AFMC, his true passion for design emerged after meeting Professor Benninger, leading him to co-found CCBA Design in 1995. In addition to earning a master's in psychology, he taught at Ferguson College and authored Psychology of Beginners. For nearly 3 decades, Ram Prasad has guided CCBA Designs, winning prestigious awards such as II Excellence in Architecture Award, the II Gold Medal, and the American Institute of Architects Award. His global experiences traveling to over 50 countries have shaped his design philosophy and influenced major projects like IIT Hyderabad, IIM Calcutta, and the Supreme Court of Bhutan. Beyond his architectural achievements, Ram Prasad is deeply committed to education and mentorship, instituting scholarships in honor of Professor Benninger. As the founder of India House Art Gallery and organizer of Pune's annual film festival on architecture and urbanism, his impact extends to Pune's artistic and cultural scene. Please join me in welcoming architect Ram Prasad Akiseti. Over to you, sir. I think we will proceed with the lamp lighting ceremony in honor of architect Charles Benninger. We'll just play the video and then we will hand over the dais to Akiseti, sir.
Christopher's genius and generosity will always remain a part of the life of the Bhutanese people. He was a true friend of Bhutan.
So when we were compiling an anthology on India's soft power strength, and we were looking for someone to write on Indian architecture, the first name which came to my mind was of Christopher Menninger.
One of his greatest gifts to humanity was the theory of intelligent urbanism that advocates compact, high-density mixed development habitats of substantial scale. This doctrine explains the strategy for the efficient and effective distribution of physical and social infrastructure to society at the lowest per capita cost.
تو نمونه مرۆڤێکی داهێنەر و میهرەبانیت. تۆ جیهانت کرد بە شوێنێکی باشتر بۆ ژیان. تۆ پیاوێک بۆ هەموو وەرزەکان بوویت. ماڵاوە.
We will greatly miss Christopher, and I think we can pay him no greater tribute than by building a more beautiful India, a world that inspires us as we go about our daily lives. Let Christopher's good manners prevail.
My life as an architect, 90% of my work ended up in the trash can of my dreams. Some work survived in the form of models and drawings made to scale. What got built was a mere fraction of my life's effort. When people praise that small evidence of my truth, I feel very nice, especially when my when they garland me and call me a great master, I feel humbled, yet elated. All of those trash can dreams get reborn and come to life again with new meaning.
Rode a bicycle from Paris to Athens to attend the Delegates Symposium. It was all the unknown. But these kind of experiences, I think, challenged one's wits and opened up curiosity, made one aware of other cultures. I think people should travel. But they should travel into the unknown, just get onto a train and start going someplace.
I was a very poor student, very poor, never read a book, never liked to read, but I loved painting and art. And then when I was about 16 years old, my aunt gave me a book called The Natural House by Frank Lloyd Wright. The first book I ever read, cover to cover. After Christmas lunch, I went to my room, started reading, and I finished reading that book at 3 o'clock in the morning. I walked out of the house, looked at the stars in the sky, and said, I'm going to be an architect.
Thank you very much for playing the video. Now, Akiseti sir, over to you.
Let's do that first. The project stage. Hello, my name is Ram. Thank you, Ravindra, for inviting me over here. It's very nostalgic for me to come over here. This is a building which Professor Christopher Benninger, my guru, great architect, a gift to this nation, has built this one. He designed this in 2007-8 period, and by the time this building got finished, it was in 2010. So I'm quite surprised that after 14 years, this building still looks appropriate, it's timeless, it's beautiful in its all grandeur. I think that makes what is called as timeless architecture, and that's what Christopher has practiced and perfected. I'm very enamored with this particular subject of UN sustainability goals, and on which this entire conference is designed around. Ravindra, I think you're spearheading an absolutely necessary, I would say, topic in the times that we live in. We live in challenging times. We have many issues. We have to solve all of them. No one from outside the planet are going to come and take charge to solve the problems that we are responsible and we have created, right? I'm equally very thankful to see so many young minds sitting over here. I'm not sure whether you're young architects, but you all look fairly young to me, at least by 30 years. This planet belongs to you. We are giving to you a planet which we are very ashamed of. We are not very proud. We have not been as sensitive as we should have been in my generation. My apologies on my behalf, as well as on the generation that I belong to. Now, having realized that we have done certain damages, it's the responsibility of your generation to spearhead it and take it to a better place. So let's celebrate Earth. There's only one Earth, and we all must love and cherish it. Okay. So as the managing director of, I think I will not show the presentation now. First, let me finish my talk, and then I'll show some good examples. So maybe we can just have either the screen there, or you can show my photograph if you want to. Okay. So this paper I wrote, and keep in mind, this is the first time I'm giving a talk on sustainability goals. So in fact, I'm not an expert. I don't know what went into Ravinder's head that he thought that I could actually do a justice by giving a talk to all of you. I'm very, very sure that you are much, much more aware of these sustainability goals than I am. So in all my humility, I express in front of you that I'm expressing my personal thoughts with no experience or expertise on these goals. Pardon me for that. So as the managing director of a firm that spearheaded incorporating in its practice of architecture sustainable UN goals from the very beginning, when Christopher and I began the firm in 1995, under his tutelage, Christopher Benninger's tutelage, who was also a master of sustainability when it comes to the built environment. Through his various talks, he has championed the spreading of sustainability in its practice of architecture. He called incorporating sustainability is like having very good manners in the buildings. Since this conference is a homage to Christopher Benninger's principles of sustainability and architecture practice, I like to reflect on the beginnings in the early 1960s and the 70s, when many were pioneers making a difference in the post-war era optimism. All of this set a world vision and life path in Christopher's mind of the great expectations. He says, And I quote, I truly believed that all diseases would be curable in my lifetime, that poverty would be eliminated, and that the world peace was possible. I truly believed we could achieve a near utopic society. These were his thoughts when he was a young man. And then he set his foot to change the world with these thoughts in his mind. And all you young people must carry the torch further with the same principles. In his latest books, The Great No Expectations Notes to an Architect, Benninger believes we are at a critical juncture in the evolution of architecture. And the architects of today and tomorrow hold great power and great responsibility towards creating a better world for everyone. For this, he has the great expectations. Friends, I came here to tell you, you must change your ways. In fact, we must change our ways. Coming here today, we have no hidden agenda. We are fighting for our future. Losing our future is not like losing an election or losing some points in the stock market. It is losing our future. We are here to speak for all generations to come. I'm here to speak on behalf of the starving people around the world whose cries go unheard. I'm here to speak for those countless animals dying across the planet because we have left nowhere for them to go. I'm afraid to go out in the sun because now there are holes in our ozone layer. I'm afraid to breathe the air because I don't know what chemicals I'm breathing. I'm afraid to drink the water as I used to drink from the school taps when I was a kid because I don't know what diseases I may get and fall sick. Now we hear of animals and plants getting extinct everywhere on a daily basis. In my life, I had dreamt of seeing the great herds of animals, jungles, rainforests full of butterflies and birds. But now I wonder if they will even exist for my own children to see. Did we have to worry about me as my generation? Did we have to worry about these things when I was a child? No. But you have to be worried about them. Did we have to worry of these things when we were children? All this is happening before our eyes, and yet we act as if nothing is wrong. Okay? I am only one person and I don't have all the solutions. But I know, I want you to realize, neither do you have. We don't know how to fix the holes in the ozone layer. We don't know how to bring the sparrows back into the cities. We don't know how to take care of the animals that are extinct now. And we can't bring back the forests which were there at one point where now deserts have come. Let's not further break down the system, at least for the sake of our children. Here, friends, you may be delegates. You may be delegates representing your companies, your governments, organizers, maybe as reporters or politicians. But really, before any of these things, your mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, aunts and uncle, and most of it, you're also a child of someone. I know we are all part of a family of the 7 billion people in the world. More stronger, more important than that, we have 30 million species in the world. And none of this can change because of the politics or the borders. They will exist. I am only a singular person, yet I know we are all in this together, in this mess. And we should act as one single world towards one single goal. In my anger, I am not a blind man. In my fear, I am not afraid to tell the world how I feel when we, the privileged class, make so much waste. We buy and throw, again buy and throw. Yet we don't like to share. There are rich people, there are rich countries which don't like to share. We are afraid to let go some of our wealth. In some countries, they live privileged life with plenty of food, water, and shelter. Yet there are many who have none of the three. There are families, there are people from our kind of educated middle class backgrounds. Some of us have multiple watches, bicycles, multiple phones, televisions. The list could just go on and on. Yet we shy away from sharing from those who don't have these things. A few years back, here in India, in a rural area, when I was traveling, I came across a place called Shingroli in Madhya Pradesh. I was very touched when I saw a teacher teaching 125 students to write from right hand and from left hand. So this makes it the countries, at least, the only ambidextrous school. All the 125 students were taught to write by both the hands. That was the resolute of this retired Air Force Jawan who was running this entire school free, using his own little pension to these children whose parents have migrated for wage labor to the city's construction sites, leaving these kids behind. When I saw this, I felt very humiliated. Having so much, this person has like shown me a way to help him. So I started funding the school. Today, on the name of Christopher Benninger, I have adopted this school. I'm funding it, and I feel very proud of it. So what was important is that young men and women and my colleagues, people of my age, it's all that like we need to be motivated. We need to go out and see there are people who have much less than what we have and yet able to share and make a difference in the world. We can do a lot more with what we are blessed with. Okay. So, in continuation of my speech, I'm here to speak on behalf of the starving people around the world whose cries go unheard. I'm here to speak for those countless animals dying across this planet because they have nowhere to go. I'm sorry, I think I'm repeating what I have already spoken. So essentially, if a poor man can do so much, so imagine what all we can do. I cannot stop thinking that men of my age, they are making such a difference, and me being born in a privileged society and class, doing so much more less. So we just need to get motivated. We just have to go to the hinterlands. We can go to the slum areas and get motivated. Imagine we are just born in a better family. We could have been born in those places also. So we could save a child starving in the Somalia, or we can be born even in like the war-torn zones of Middle East. So let's thank what we are and where we are born in. Friends, I'm just a small singular person, yet I know if all the money of the world is put aside for finding solutions to the world's problem, we can end poverty and we can find treaties. At school, even when kindergarten children are being taught, we tell them that you should not fight with anybody. You must share things with others. You must love each other. You should take care of the animals. You should not hurt. You must have good behaviors. But what happens to all that? We tell our children to do all these things, but when it comes to our own behavior, we are not imitating that. We behave in a different manner. So it's more of a lesson to the adults, to people of my generation, that like whatever we are telling, we must practice also. We can't just be preachers. We should also have the same thing, right? You agree with me? Yeah. We must, what we speak, actions. Now, in my closing statement, I remember once visiting Louis Kahn's Salk Institute in California, and I saw on the wall Jonas Salk's statement. Jonas Salk was the person who invented polio vaccine and gave it free to the world. In my childhood, I used to see limping kids in my class. We used to have kids with polio, with thin one leg. I don't know how many of you are 50 plus, you would have noticed that. Now you no longer see it. one man's donation to the world has changed that one. That's a great man. And you know what is inscribed on the wall? The one statement that Jonas Salk always said and always propagated, saying that we must ask a singular question: what kind of ancestors are we for our next generation? Thank you so much. Can I have the presentation? Can I have the presentation? Now, these are some of the projects that I thought that would be appropriate to show in this conference, because these are the projects that our firm CCBA Designs has done in the last 60 years over different periods. I'm going to show you some maybe 15, 20 slides with projects to make you understand that, like, when we build buildings, if we build them with sensitivity, we are in one way or the other addressing issues of the sustainability goal. Okay. As you all know, there are 17 sustainable goals. All of you are aware of these. Next slide, please. This is the Mahindra United World College, which we built in the upper hills of Mulshi, and it's on a rocky plateau. You know, the Sayadri Mountains are very rugged. So when we were actually digging the land for making the plinths and, you know, building the buildings, we found there is beautiful basalt stone. So we started using the basalt stone, and this is how we have reused what we have dug up. So that's also one way of sustainability, because most of the building materials, if they come from far away, at least 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers, what you're spending maximum is on the transportation charges. On an average, I think we spend on any project, about 7% of the money goes to just transportation, right? So we can avoid that. That means we are emitting less of carbon, right? So we could use the same material and build beautiful buildings. So it's not necessary that we have to always go to Milan or to China to bring the materials to build our buildings. There is a lot in India. We can use them to build beautiful buildings. Next slide, please. So this is the headquarters for Kochi Refineries oil company in Maradu in Cochin in Kerala. So we knew that this is a very hot and humid climate. So instead of air conditioning the building completely, we have partially air conditioned it and kept the louvers on the surrounding. This is way back in 2001, this building got finished. So you can imagine this is a 23-year-old building. At that time, we introduced what was called sun louvers. So in a way, it actually controls the sunlight coming in, and in a way, the building is already cooler. So when it is cooler, you kind of air condition is much lesser. So Cochin Refinery set an example in what is called as double skin. Next slide, please. Now this is very close to Talegaon. Now the entire landscape of this area was like hilly. So we built inside the hill slopes. So there you can see, you can come from the top and you can go on to the underneath. There is a sloping thing. So none of the buildings are visible actually. So it's a site which is meant for camping, YMCA campsite. You must all go there. In fact, many big companies in Mumbai, they come to this place to do their training sessions. So this is very natural, naturally ventilated. All the material is from the site itself. So what happens is that in a natural setting like forests or like wilderness, you don't disturb much of the environment. You almost touch the ground as if you don't exist. You're camouflaged. So that is how you must treat, like when we are building outside in the greens and in the nature, instead of just plunking another look at me kind of building, you know. Next slide, please. So you see, this is near Lonavala. This is the Samudra Institute of Maritime Studies. Here, if you noticed it, in the year 2003, this was finished. Almost 21 years back, the entire 100 meters wall is a photovoltaic wall. That means it generates its own power. So in the world at that time, a building having a wall, this was the first time. So you see, in CCBA, we are trying to always go out of the box to address issues which even today people are looking at as if we need to find solutions. These are the solutions. See, you must understand, Not doing anything is not a solution. We are modern people, we will live in the cities, but addressing the issues with modern solutions is very important. Okay, you cannot say that I'm anti-development. We will develop. That is the nature of human civilizations and human societies. But when we develop, can we find solutions that can help us make this planet more better? Now, this is again, you can see the same solar panels which have been incorporated into the wall. All the solar panels are always put on the southwest direction to get the maximum heat and maximum sunlight so that they generate more power. You can see even outside over here in Suzlon, in the middle, you have the solar panels in the Kund area. Outside here where you had tea. Now, this is Ajim Premji University, and this we are just about finishing. Now, here, this particular one I am showing, it is a 77 acres of land, urban land, belongs to Mr. Premji in Bangalore. Here, the way why we address sustainability is to go vertical, because the less you have on the land, the footprint of the building, the more land is available for the human interactions and for the percolation of rainwater, for growth of greenery, everything. So here we built the world's largest, tallest hostel building. This is 40 floors hostel. You understand? So the entire hostel is in like one tower. What does it do? Instead of spreading the hostel all across the land where we are putting so many footprints of our buildings, you just go vertical. So you have less footprint, then you have more space for the human interactions and for the human life and the plant life to grow. This is also another way of addressing sustainability. Not building is not an answer. We must build, but can we build with thought process? That is what is the requirement. Okay. This is again Lodha Belmondo on the expressway you would be passing. There are almost 3,500 flats. This is 100 acres of land. We have used only 11% of the land for putting the buildings. So almost 90% of the land has been kept free for water, for gardens, for the lawns, riverfront. You see, we don't have to take the entire 100 acres. Right? There are solutions. These are solutions which have been tried and tested in many parts of the world. Next, please. So you can see all these gardens. So this is like kind of giving back to the nature also. Okay. Now this is the last one. This is an building which was a defunct factory in Kasarwadi in Pimpri-Chinchwad, Forbes Marshall. They wanted to tear it down. And we said like, no, I think let's look at it differently. Why can't we reuse it? Or why can't we readapt it? So we changed something which was like this. And this was like maybe at least 50, 60 years old. Then we put passive cooling over here in the flooring. So there is no air conditioning in this entire building. It is only passive cooling, air circulation. Okay. So that what was, go back 2 slides. Go back. So what used to look like this, we have made it like this without breaking down the building. You understand? So we have been very sustainable again. Instead of tearing down the whole thing, again building with more materials, more carbon emissions and everything, we thought, why can't we remake it using whatever we can salvage out of the old building? Next, please. This is in Suzlon. Not Suzlon. This is in Bhutan. This is the Supreme Court of Bhutan. This is another kind of sustainability. What is this kind of sustainability? This is called cultural sustainability. Okay. So when we are building in Bhutan, should we build it like the way it would look in Dubai or Singapore or Pune? No. You have a traditional Bhutanese architecture. Celebrate it. This is the Supreme Court. It's a modern function, modern office, but you can still make it look like as if it belongs to Bhutan. Every building must look like as if it belongs to certain land, right? In the past, when we built in Tamil Nadu, the buildings used to look different. In Himachal Pradesh, they used to look different. In Kutch, in Gujarat, they used to look different, right? In Bengal, it used to look different. Now, today, you see modern business models are driving everything to be built with one material, which as if it looks like it can be a building in Paris or New York or Pune or anywhere they have destroyed what was called cultural sustainability. Buildings are an important aspect of your culture, just like your food and clothing. They represent what is called history, and history is continuous. It must become continuous. Okay. So our building was inaugurated by Prime Minister when he became the first time the Prime Minister in 2014. It was a building which was donated by the government of India to Bhutan when they were bringing in democracy from monarchy. Next. So this is another congregating place. It's a place for celebration, a large arena for 25,000 people. So we created this plaza. It's like a small mini stadium. I think we have shown this, no, Suzlon? Why this has come again? Huh? Go ahead. Haven't I told about this? No. Okay. I'm sorry. So, so this is the same building where you are all sitting down now. This is Suzlon One Earth, and when it was built in 2010, it was the world's greenest building in the large category. It won the Griha 5-star rating, which is much more difficult than IGBC Green Building Platinum. So it has got both the awards, plus it won the Indian Institute of Architects medal also, I mean, like first prize also. So it has been like, published, it has been, like well documented. People know about this building because this building stands as a testament to what modern design, what modern material can do in addressing the issues of sustainability. Okay, next. So you see all this water, reflective pools, passive cooling, all this kind of, helps in making the environment of the building better. Unlike some of the builders and developers and architects, what they just do is like, now when you see outside here, it's just like somebody comes and puts the structure, somebody comes and puts a glass kind of, envelope, and somebody comes and like puts in the guzzling air condition. Wherever the air condition is, that girl will freeze. Wherever there is no air condition, the heat from the glass will come and radiate it. So this is all like piecemeal people are doing. I mean, I would say like mindless kind of thing, when there are solutions like this which can be addressed to our climate. Okay, next please. So in short, that is what it is. That is our QR code if you want to explore our company, our projects, our website. So friends, thank you very much for listening to me patiently, and I have a lot of hopes and faith that you will make the future of this world a better one. Thank you very much. So we are releasing a recent book. This was the last book that Professor Christopher Benninger wrote, and it was published, printed. It came to us only just like 2 days after he passed away. So in lieu of his absence, I say that this is a book which is his last gift to the world. And I like you to take this as a gift. We have got some copies. You can buy them from my staff. They have a scan card and everything. Now we'll take this opportunity to open this book, and I hope that you will read this book with great expectations. Thank you very much.
Ram sir, please excuse my voice again. You said like you are not an expert on SDGs. But eventually, when I was a student at Bharati Vidyapit for sustainable architecture, I visited this campus as a student and did my case study. And there I understood sustainability. And now I stand tall here with the SDGs. So somehow things reciprocate. And it took 14 years, but still CCBA is part of our intellectual gatherings. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, we have the abstract ebook to be inaugurated as we just inaugurated the book of Honorable CCB. So we'll just go on with the book inauguration of the ebook inauguration. E-cover. Yeah. You want to do the yeah.
Vaishnavi, please show the image. And the abstract book encapsulates the collective knowledge and research of contributors from our esteemed participants. Thank you very much. Now, with this, we will break for lunch, and please join us for Assumptions lunch, which is served outside. And we will be back by 2 o'clock for the unit talks. Thank you very much.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you have the slides on?
Yes, sir. Will you share or I should share the PPT?
That's up to you. We can do it from your side, so no problem, just to be sure.
Your side is also fine with us so that you can change the slides easily as per your convenience.
Okay,
I'll
then
stop sharing.
yeah, I'll do the share then.
Okay.
Can you see it now?
Yes, sir. Just make it to full screen.
Let me see. How do I find that full screen? Yeah. Just one.
On right corner, you can have switch on to full screen presentation of the slides.
Okay, yes, that one. Is that fine?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Shall I make this smaller? Just a moment. So, okay. You tell me when I can start?
So just give me a moment so
Yeah,
that I can introduce you.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Welcome back, everybody. Now we'll start with the unit talks. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce Peter Lindgren, a distinguished leader in the fields of multi-business model and technology innovation, currently serving as the Vice President of CTIF Global Capsule, CGC, and a full-time professor at Aarhus University, Denmark. Professor Lindgren brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to our gathering. With a career spanning for over 2 decades, he has been at the forefront of business development and high-speed network-based innovation, holding prestigious positions at renowned institutions such as Copenhagen Business School and Aarhus University. As the director of CTIF Global Capsule, MBIT Research Center, his pioneering research in interdisciplinary networks has made significant contributions to the field. An accomplished author, Professor Lindgren has published numerous articles and books, further solidifying his reputation as a thought leader. We are honored to have him share his insights with us today about the need of incubators revolution and United Nations SDGs synchronization. Please join me in welcoming Professor Peter Lindgren from Denmark.
Thank you very much.
Over to you, Peter.
Thank you, thank you. And I would like to also say a happy new year 2025 to all of you that are listening. And I am very honored to have the opportunity to speak on your conference. And I must say I'm very much looking forward to how we can collaborate in the future. I, as I was giving this opportunity very early in late in 2025, I chose the topic of talking about where technology and SDG meets humanity. And my area is on business models, as I will also show you in 1 second. But the topic is very much related to circular and sustainable business models combined with and supported by AI, advanced sensors, and C60. And it might be very difficult and technical, but that's not the speech today. I am running an organization called CITIF Global Capsule, and we have been existing since 2004, and we have moved our head office in several times from University of Aalborg in Denmark, and then to University in Italy in Rome, then to Aarhus University, where I have actually just left, and I'm now at the Copenhagen Business School as working for their organization. We have our head office in Skagen, right up in the north, and if you have any opportunity to go there, please. This is some place where some of the most famous painters in Nordic countries gathered and painted some of the most valuable paintings. And now we are establishing ourselves in Delhi with our own branch of CITIF Global Capsule, which is run by Director Punima Lalla. We have had a long journey, and I have been in India 15 times due to that this young man, Ramdi Prasad, he took me to India and showed me some of the most beautiful places in India. But all of this you can see on our new website that was launched New Year's Eve. It still has some bugs, but you'll get the main information on that. So my talk is actually related to some of the things that we have been working on for, I'll see if I can move this one a little bit over here. And that is that the CITIF Global Capsule has a technical side, a business modeling side, and a social humanities side also. And one of the things that we have been investigating very much and we are working very much in is 6G. And everybody knows that the mobile telephone is just exploding. Expected 8.9 billion worldwide in 2024. And I haven't got the numbers I've expected in 2025. So the density of sensors and mobile communication and devices and so on is just exponential, and this means also that it has a big influence on what I think the conference here you are gathered on, or we are gathered on, is infecting humans and especially human health, social life, and well-being. And that's what I have some cases on. Our work has mainly been on the triple bottom line that I think maybe several of you know about, mainly on environmental and economy dimensions. But we have also several researchers that are working on the social part. And for example, one of my PhD students is combining gratitude to business models. That actually indicates that in my field, I'm very much fond of combining different competences and different people together. And the social dimension seems to be more and more important. And I think that's very much also related to some of the SDG goals. The the thing in Europe, and I've tried to explain some of the cases from the European viewpoint, is that we have been focusing in Europe very much on the Green Deal, on greening, green transforming our society, and we have in Denmark especially had a very, very big effort on this. Our Prime Minister, she has announced that we should have our emission reduced very drastically. And this we have been working hard on, also on the industry. But what fundamentally is important here is the human part of this greening, and that is that we need to have trust and security, which I also see as SDG goals is very important. Security. Another thing is privacy and trust. And related to my field on business model, trust is simply core to having business. And to tell you honestly, at the moment, there are big challenges in Europe on getting business out of green transformation. And that is, you have also heard, I guess, the new upcoming president in US, which is one of our largest export markets. He has announced that he might not be so happy about green. And we have built all our industry on this. Another thing is, on the technical side, is that technically we cannot at the moment compete those who are experts on the technical green technology. There has been a report from Draghi from EU, ordered by EU Commission, that shows very clearly that Europe is now very much behind on technology. But what we can do is, together, of course, with India and other countries, we can work on the human part of this. One thing that we have to understand is that we have a different world today, indicating that many different markets, I call them business model ecosystems. I don't use the word market, I use it business model ecosystem, and I'm very much thinking about Great Barrier Reefs outside of Australia, like a fish pond, a pond where you have a different business model floating like fish in this reef, and they are working together. But in old times, they were working in silos, more to say, in markets that had borders. But now what we are seeing is that they are merging together. And why is this important for SDG? That is that in different business model ecosystem, you have different focus on goals of SDG, and you have different business models. So one thing that you are working on in one business model ecosystem might not be the same in another one. And that means that we have to realize that we have to optimize on behalf of a mix of SDGs and business model ecosystem. And how do we do this? And I think this is, as I understood, this is one of the thing around the conference, that is to coming up to find new topics that we should work with. And it's not easy to work with a mix of SDGs, and especially not if they go across different ecosystems. It's much easier if we are just working in the renewable energy sector, but that's not true. We are actually working in with different ecosystems. So it could be that the industry had to consider what is going on in the healthcare industry or in some other areas. So here you see a more classical one where we have wind, we have oil, we have biogas. This is different energy things, but in future we have to understand that we have to look at all and a mix of these, and how do we optimize this. So Maslow, he came up with a nice model. I know it's old, but it's good for inspiration. And one of the things on the social area is actually the self-actualization and why is people going to work every day? Why are they working for these topics? What we have to find into what is their reason to go for goals and so on. So fundamentally, what we are proposing is that we should come together, sit, try to understand each other's background and goals, and then see if we can merge them. We can work together on these. Might not be that everybody has to get one goal, but how can we optimize on these? And this is very much related to the triple bottom line, because the main focus, especially in Europe, has been, as I said before, on environmental area and mostly technology. We have invested huge money in windmill and solar and so on, but we are now facing that the business here is not that good. Many of the industries, they don't earn money, and that gives challenges. Even that some says, no, we don't want to do the greening, which hurts, of course, the SDG goals, but the green transformation. We want to go back to the old energy sources, and here comes the social part in. Many in Europe, they are against going back to old technology, and they want to go and how can we have that, and why are they so eager to that? And that is because they can see that it's more healthy. I just came out of Delhi in November, and I could see that you had some trouble on challenges. I don't see problems. Challenges on smog, which if you go to Copenhagen, you go to Aarhus, where I live, you'll see that cars, for example, that are polluting with old technology, they are not allowed to go in to the cities anymore. And they have to stay out, and that of course gives some health advantage and some well-being, and that is one of the things that we worked with in November in Delhi, together with. We wanted to have Indian students from different universities to work on some challenges from Denmark. We wanted Indian eyes to look with a new perspective, with new eyes, on how can we deal with scrapping, and this is one of the cases, scrapping old cars that we produced several years ago. I think everybody knows that it's easy to create, or relatively easy to create, cars for the future that are green, that meets to the SDG goals and etc. But what do we do with all the cars that we produced in the past, the pollution we did in the past? So these students, they worked for Danish business that were scrapping cars. And here you see some pictures from the university in Delhi, Charter University, where these different groups, they came up with different solutions with the tools that we have innovated and developed, and we are now marketing in India, and we are already engaged in 5 universities where these tools actually, as you can see, they do. It's not boring slides and text. It's actually physical things that so that the students can explain and learn and the business models of a scrap car business with their fingers, with their ears, with their eyes, and so you see it's very much color, and the aim is actually to make happiness around business modeling. So happiness, we know from several PhD projects we have worked with, happiness and many other things are extremely important to create the future business models and that will meet the SDG and green transformation. We also have another business called LHG. They are more into the area of how do we protect the material, and this is metal for cars, in the future. So then they stay sound and they don't corrode and so on. And then the last one, which is very, very exciting, that is the Green Lab. You can all go and see Green Lab Skive on the website. And it's about how do we get businesses to work together in symbiosis instead of fighting each other and competing each other. How can we make the cake larger? And we are now coming up with a project, Scandinavian Indian project, where we want to work with these symbiosis network. So all of this you can see on our website, and you can also contact us directly, either me or Punima or Sandeep Inamdad, and we can then give you a more deep introduction to this. Just finishing on to give you some example of what we are working with and the directions that we see. That is that a case from the car area, and one of the things that in Europe we are very, very much focused on is that cars now have many multitude of sensors. And what we are very much focused on is what are these sensors doing, how can we use them, and what information are they tapping out of the humans, and what are these data used for. And it's a concern about that the car in the future is expected to be our second home, but the second thing is we want to own our own data, and we want to know what is done with it. So potentially these data can be used for many ecosystems, classically retail, rental, finance, and so on. But it can also be used for healthcare, for road and infrastructure, for municipalities, and so on. So the potential is huge. But how do we do it, and what should the rule sets be around it? We can also do something on behalf of it. For example, persuasive business model, shared business model. We can have behavior-centered business models and mixed interests of business models in this car area. So this is one example. Another example I wanted to also address, and this is something that is very much in focus in Europe right now. And sorry, I'm speaking from the European point of entry, but it is that we have a major concern about our children and our young people. Also the elderly is not on the picture here, but sorry about that. And that is that we see that more and more children, they are looking into the mobile telephone. They are losing relations. They're losing their given competences to be in the nature. They lose a lot of time, and they're often not speaking to each other. And how will that affect our society? Well, what we can see right now is that it has actually been proven that it has, in many cases, a negative social and psychological effect. And I just put some on here. I won't go through them all, but we have many different areas where we are very much concerned, and we see an effect. This is one of our researchers, that it actually makes a kind of a negative spiral in the way we see the young people acting. So the challenge is, how can we together work on this? Because it's not meant that to have a negative effect. It should actually be for the better of the humans. And I addressed some questions here, and it's not a one-time fix. It has to be circular. So it means that it should also have a long time goal and effect. And I hope you will stop me if I'm talking too much. You can maybe understand I'm a little bit excited on this topic, not least on the business models. How can we do them, and how can we make them better to meet and support human? And then addressing this, especially how do we work in a world where we have mix of SDGs, a mix of businesses that are working on different goals. So I addressed some conclusion here, and I really see a big opportunity for us to work together. We have proposed that to work together we language, especially on the business modeling area. And this we have tried to make some tools so we can have some from psychology talking to tech engineers to business people in a very quick and easy way. And I know that Dr. Inamdat, he is in your conference, so they will be able to talk much more about it. Of course, we need to work on the security, maybe also in some sense regulations. And then we should not be frightened as such for AI and digitalization and advanced sensors exploding in numbers. But we and measurement technologies, we should try to use it in the better of human. I mentioned already the triple bottom line, and this we have to work much more together in a network-based and shared business model innovation and development world. I think the message is from Europe that we will continue on working on circular sustainable business model, and especially develop our competences within innovation and development. And here is a big opportunity for entrepreneurs because this is a huge, big cake that everybody can join, and we are very much interested in Europe to have join from outside. Many of our industries, they simply do not have competences enough. So there are huge opportunities both for entrepreneurs, but also some that would like to come and have internship and work together and so on. With these words, I will just invite you to go and have a look at our website, citifglobalcapital.org. You'll see that we are proposing some of the summer schools, and we have also winter schools, fall schools. So please come forward, and we will also very much like to do with you. Thank you very much. I hope that gave a small introduction to what we are working with, and I know it's touching on several of the SDG goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Now, students, if you have any questions for Peter, you can go ahead. No one? Yeah. So this, you would like to ask a question, Jim? Or no?
Yep.
Okay, fine. Yeah. Anybody has any questions for Peter? No? Okay.
I hope I
Hello.
fill in the time.
Yeah, Peter sir. Can we know like how to have a good pitch deck so that we can run through this incubation program?
How you can have a wonderful
Ideal pitch deck
pitch deck
for the startup.
Yeah, that's actually one thing that we are working with on our courses, and the reason why we are addressing that very much, we have 3, 4, 6 weeks courses. That is, and we work in several labs. You can also see that on the website and so on. That is that. We have, unfortunately, many entrepreneurs that have very good, we don't call them ideas, but bubbles. We distinguish between bubbles and ideas. Ideas you have chosen that you want to do it. In the bubbles, you just reflect on, oh, I can do this, and so on, and then you note it down as bubbles. But unfortunately, we have many entrepreneurs also in Europe that dies, or they don't do their they don't push their idea to a business, and they are not able to do a business on behalf of the idea. And this those who are very good at seeing that, for example, the business angels and those venture capitals and so on, they can see it immediately. I was in Stanford University. I walked through many of the entrepreneur environments in Silicon Valley, and what they said to me is that many of the students, for example, entrepreneurs in Europe, they are not qualifying themselves because the pitch is not good enough. They would even never come on stage to present their business model, so to say, for the venture capital, because the venture capital, for example, in Silicon Valley, they have scouts that do not elect the entrepreneurs if they are not good enough to pitch. And I have seen that, even I have invited them to come to Denmark at a big event where we had entrepreneur competitions, and they said the quality is not good enough. So this is something that we have been working extremely hard on, and I think this is something that we also in India you have to take notice on. It's not about creating maximum numbers of entrepreneurs. It's about having a very good quality in different phases, and there the pitch is one of it. I hope I've answered a little bit about your question.
Yeah, you can conclude like it's about quality and solving the problems.
Yeah. And then again, sorry about correcting. I never see problems. I only see challenges, because if you think about a problem, you get kind of a headache and you need to have some drugs to keep the headache away. If you see just challenges, then it's just a question of overcoming the challenge. Do you get my point?
Yeah, I'm getting it. And yeah, eventually we had KIT people. I think you had installed, visited over there in Kolhapur at KIT, and the incubation center was installed over there. We had in morning Inamdas, he was also there. So eventually, if a lot of institutions are right now connected, so how you would suggest them about this incubation revolution?
Well, firstly, I would say just carry on, push. Of course, if you are into the field of business model innovation and you want to create, capture, deliver, have the customers to receive and consume your business models, you have to do it. You have to take risk. You have to accept change, and that's fundamentally you should really, really go for it. But also, the future, actually, right now, is not that much about one single person doing a business model or trying to do a business. It's about us working together in network, in symbiosis network, because the competition in the global ecosystem is so tough that you cannot do it yourself alone. You have to accept to work together with other competencies, engineers together with the humanity people, with and so on. Otherwise, it'll be a very tough road.
Thanks. Totally agree. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the guidance.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Peter.
Thank you.
Thank you for your insightful and thought-provoking speech.
Yeah. Looking forward.
Question from Vandana ma'am.
Hello.
Hello.
Peter sir. Can you just throw light on how can we collaborate with architecture colleges? You can.
With
You just give
architecture.
guideline. What
Yeah.
steps can be taken to
Yeah.
collaborate
So,
with you?
so you are from an architecture college?
Yes, I am professor at one of the College of Architecture at here at Kolhapur, Pune, near Pune.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in fact, I have some experience from some years ago where we decided at the Aarhus University to make a collaboration between business faculty, engineering faculty, and School of Architecture. And this is three different mindsets. I don't know if you have experienced that, but sometimes engineers, they don't think the same way as architects and designers and so on. But nevertheless, I believe very strongly that we need to have these people to come together, because technically the engineer, he or she can construct a very technical, nice solution, but the designers and the architects and so on, they can really make it so that the customers, they would really like it, and they appreciate the values of it. So the way I think, and this is also what we are seeing in the upcoming European projects, that is that they are calling for multidisciplinary projects. And the first thing is, of course, to come together and be able to talk together. And then second, not least, is that we try to understand each other's different mindsets. And I just think an advice is just to reach out, and then we can do, or you all yourself can reach out to some that would like to work together with you. Actually, the new European fund structure actually requests that you you are not just having engineers or business people involved in the projects. They want to see that you have architecture, designers, people from humanity, and so on, together with engineers and so on. So my proposal is just start, begin to reach out, try to go into networks and find your place. I don't know if I'm answering directly on it, but
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you very much for your insightful and thought-provoking speech and the PPT that you have shared. As I'm sure students must have benefited from it.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we will proceed with the conference further.
Yeah, and I will be in India in February.
All right, that's
So if anybody wants, then I will have opportunity to meet and so on.
Which part of India you would be coming?
I have to go in a project called Giant, GIAN, and it's on the east side of India, I think in near Kolkata. And then I'll be in Delhi.
Yeah. We would be very happy if you book a slot for us.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah,
No
during your
problem.
visit.
Yeah. Yeah. And just call me or Punima. Then we'll set up the whole schedule. Punima, she takes care of my schedule.
All right. All right. All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And have a nice day.
Yes, you too. Thank you. So now we proceed with the conference further. We also have with us Sudhir Arari sir. He is the CEO of KIT Innovation and Research Foundation. He has a blend of industrial and academic experience of over 24 years. He has published 24 papers in national and international conferences and journals. He has also authored 3 technical books in fluid mechanics, fluid machinery, and machine design. I would like to invite Sudhir sir to please share his thoughts.
Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon. Yeah, I can experience how heavy the lunch was on your faces. Okay, so it's quite difficult to conduct session after the lunch hour, even for the session resource person also and for the audience also. Okay, so I'd like to make this session interactive because this was not planned session at all. Just sir requested that if you could engage for a little while the session. So I think this is one of the opportunities for me to interact with you. And I hope most of the audience is from architect and we are from engineering background, as ma'am has mentioned. So little bit I would like to tell about what exactly we are. We are from KIT's Innovation and Research Foundation. It's a Kolhapur Institute of Technology's Innovation and Research Foundation, which is Section 8 company hosted by Kolhapur Institute of Technology's College of Engineering. So the KIT's College of Engineering, it has been established in 1983, more than 40 years we are there in the Kolhapur, and we are having more than 5,000 students in the campus for variety of disciplines like mechanical, civil environment, biotech, CSC, AIML, IT, all these branches we run. So what is exactly the Section 8 company? So before going to Section 8 company, what exactly we are for. So we are technology business incubator, known as TBI. You might have heard this word TBI. Have you heard? Have you heard the word incubator? So what is incubator? Yes, what is an incubator? You might have heard the word egg incubator, or even you might have heard that incubator somewhere in the hospital. What is that in the hospital? Yes, it's a kind of glass box where an artificial environment is prepared for what? For generally premature babies. Okay, because the purpose is that premature baby that may not sustain in the whatever external environment is there. So we need to prepare a kind of intermittent environment where that premature baby can be kept for certain time. Okay, not for lifetime. It will be kept only for certain, you can say, a few weeks or a few days, you can say. After that, that will be removed from that box, and then it will survive in the natural environment. This is the concept. And from that, this incubator has come. We are doing the same thing, but not for the babies. We are doing for the startups. So you must have heard about the startup. Startups, how many of you know? Can anyone tell what is exactly startup and conventional entrepreneurship? What is the difference in startup and conventional entrepreneurship? Or you can say conventional business, traditional business. What is the difference? Yes.
Did not get, yeah, never before approach. It is quite innovative, and conventional is like, as you said, it's traditional. It's been carried out through years and years with new, not new approach.
Yeah, she's on the right track. Anyone else? How many of you have seen the Shark Tank? You must have seen the Shark Tank, no? The season 4 is coming on Sony Live. Already 3 seasons completed. Okay, startup and conventional business. There are many parameters that has been given. You can Google it and you can search. And even fortunately, our government of India has given the clear-cut definition for what exactly startup is. So why it is required to define the startup? Because startups are having many benefits from the government, not only from government of India, even from the state governments, even from few private NGOs. Those are only for startups. And for that, we need to define exactly what is startup is. So I'll not go through all those other parameters. The only difference I would like to tell, one difference he has already told, you should have some innovative ideas with never before approach. That is one thing. Secondly, it should be scalable. That even sitting in Pune, you could do business in abroad also, or any country else. That level of scalability should be there. That scope of scalability should be there. So two major things that differentiates startup from conventional businesses. One is the innovation, and second one is scalability. Scalability either in the form of, you can say, wealth generation, in the form of employability generation. Always I give the best example is the Ola. Prior to Ola, how many of you know the Ola? What exactly Ola is doing? I'm not talking about the EV. I'm talking about that taxi business. What they are doing? What is the exact business of Ola? What they are providing? Facilitator, yes. What facility they are providing? Transport, okay. Precisely, how you can say what exactly they are providing to the customer? They are providing an online platform. Okay, so they are providing an aggregator, a kind of aggregator where customers and service provider, that taxi service provider, they are aggregating them. That is called as a kind of aggregator. So prior to that, when Ola has come, prior to that, was there taxi service or not? Yes, it was as per the conventional method or traditional method, what she was saying. It has come as it is from the ancestors. So it was conventional taxi business. But then what they have done, they have brought that on the platform. But along with that, one more thing they have done, they have integrated many services. Like the customer can choose the type of taxi. The customer can choose the route by which he would like to travel. Okay, the customer can choose the method of payment. See, earlier all these were the problems, because earlier you try to remind earlier scenario of booking the taxi. We require to go somewhere to taxi stand, or we need to call someone, some taxi driver to come to home, or even when you go there, at that time bargaining of the, you can say whatever the fare, the bargain of the fare was there. So right now we can see directly the what amount will be costing at the end of that tour or that taxi ride. After that, again, there was some, you can say, miscommunication related to the route. Okay, so that was the issue. Now, even after completion of your ride, you can give your feedback also. So they have made that closed loop. You can raise your complaint. Okay, and that complaint is also resolved by the Ola. This is what called as the innovation. Innovation is not something different. It was not earlier in the, you can say, on the earth, and that has come something differently new. It is not like that. Innovation, whatever you are doing that with the innovative way or new way. So that's why I have given the Ola example. So this is one thing, is innovation. Secondly, scalability. You can think of the scalability of the Ola. Without having single taxi, without having single office, okay, without hiring single person even, you can do these kind of businesses. You don't require any office, you don't require any infrastructure, you don't require any, you can say, resources like taxis, taxi drivers, all this. By sitting in a cabin of 10 by 10 square feet, you can do these kind of businesses only with innovative mind. And you can do this business anywhere in the world. That means you can implement this model anywhere in the world. This is called a scalability. So when I talk about the scalability, you can think about how many number of drivers are connected with Ola. See the scalability. Or even in terms of turnover, the amount of turnover daily taken by the, or even happening on the Ola. So you can imagine about that. So this is called as scalability. So these two terms make the conventional business or startup different from the conventional business. Is it clear? Okay. And when it comes to technology business incubator, TBI, I said that we are TBI. That means we are supporting to only those startups which are either tech enabled or tech centric. Some technology must be involved in their solution. Then and then only we are permitted to support. When I say permitted to support, who is going to permit us? I already told you, we are Section 8 company. So we are Section 8 company means we are private limited company. In the campus of the college, we are the private limited company owned by our college. That means our trustee. But we are Section 8, registered under Section 8 means just like an NGO. So Vijay Lakshmi Charitable Trust it's an NGO. Similarly, we are also an NGO, but we are private limited company. We are not supposed to take the profit out of that. Okay, we can earn profit, but our trustees, our board of directors are not permitted to take single rupee from that. So whatever we earn profit, the profit should be merged for the same objectives for what we have incorporated the company or Section 8 company. That is the purpose of Section 8 company. So board of director, that gives us permission to support to the, you can say, startups, technology startups. Similarly, as we are owned by the trustee, we are hosted by our College of Engineering. Our College of Engineering has given almost 12,000 square feet of area in the campus for various purposes, like administrative office, even for, you can say, conference room, meeting rooms. Even we have provided co-working space for the startups. Co-working space, how many of you know what is co-working space? Yes, this might be new term again for you. What is co-working space? So in a single space like this, number of startups are working together. That is called as co-working space. So we are providing co-working space in our campus. Also, few startups require the individual cabins, or you can say those are called as startup cubicles. We provide startup cubicles to them. Many startups require a workshop facility, or you can say a fabrication kind of facility in the campus. We are providing lab facilities to them, library facilities to them. And this entire thing has been given by our host institute, that is ICISDG College of Engineering. And along with that, there are two funding supporters to us. One is Department of Science and Technology under Ministry of Science and Technology from the Government of India. So Department of Science and Technology, DST, has given 5 crore rupees to us for 3 years. Only for this purpose. We are supposed to nurture, we are supposed to support the startups, technology businesses or technology startups in our campus for minimum 3 years. After that, we should become self-sustainable. That was the aim. And on the same ground, for doing the same thing on the larger extent, and whatever we have done for the first 1.5 years, after recognition of that, the Maharashtra state government also has given 5 crore rupees to us under Maharashtra State Innovation Society. Again, you can search what is exactly Maharashtra State Innovation Society, what is DST. So DST has given under Nidhi ITBA, where Nidhi ITBA means Inclusive Technology Business Incubation Center, while MS Science has given under that nodal center. Again, we are having 5 crore rupees. That is for 5 years from here onwards. That means up to 29-30, we'll be having around 12 crore rupees. When I say 12 crore rupees, so around 20-25% we are contributing from our trust. If 10 crore we are receiving from the government, at the same time around 2 crore, 2.5 crores we are providing, or you can say equally contributed from the host institute, our college and our trust. So this is what exactly we are doing in the campus. Now let us come again exactly what kind of support we provide to the startups. Generally, we nurture startups from all stages, starting from idea stage. Suppose any student comes to our incubation center having a very innovative idea. Only idea is there in his mind. From that itself, up to scaling up of the startup. You might be knowing there are certain TRLs, technology readiness level. Have you heard that word, technology readiness level, and how many TRLs are there? So technology readiness level, market readiness level, that is MRL. Okay, business readiness level. These are readiness level of that particular startup or that innovative product. So technology readiness level means the developed technology or solution, how it is fit in the market for selling it to market. Okay, see, ultimate purpose of the startup is for making the profit. No startup works like a, you can say, like an NGO, with few exceptions. Startups are for making profit, and always profit is in terms of money. The only parameter to measure the profit is money. So the startups are for making the money. Is it clear? That means it's a kind of business they are doing. So from idea stage to scalable stage, there are total 9 TRLs. TRL level 1, TRL level 2, TRL level 3. You can search on the Google. If your prototype is ready, that is counted as a TRL 4 or 5. If your MVP, minimum viable product, is ready, that is called as TRL 6, 5, 5, 6. If your product is ready, somewhere 6 and 7. If it is launched in the market, somewhere 7, 8. And if it is making revenue, good revenue, so somewhere TRL 8 and 9. So these are the TRL levels. So at any TRL level, we incubate, that is called the process of incubation. We incubate that startup in our incubation center. There are a variety of models. The pre-incubation model is there. That means prior to incubation, that is a pre-incubation. The idea stage startup generally we pre-incubate. There is, again, one more concept is there, virtual incubation. Suppose you are from Mumbai, you are from Bangalore, you are from, suppose, some other place like Kashmir, and you want to incubate in our incubation center for the support which we can provide to you. So many startups are there. One startup from Ratnagiri, it's working from Mumbai. Their operations are in Ratnagiri because they require the coastal area, and they are incubated in our incubation center in Kolhapur. This is the case. So one of the students, she is from pharmacy background. She is second year pharmacy, B pharmacy student from Ahmednagar. And she has incubated her startups in our incubation center at Kolhapur. So that is called as virtual incubation. So physically it's not possible to incubate them at our campus. So we incubate virtually and we provide supports in the virtual mode. That is called as virtual incubation. Third is academic incubation. Many academic students in our campus, just I told more than 5,000 students are there in the campus. And almost 150, 200 students are directly, indirectly connected to our incubation center for, you can say, for training, for skill development. You might be surprised that out of those, 10 students are working as interns for us. And we'll be providing them 6 months internship in the incubation center. So 10 students we have shortlisted from the applications received. Almost, I think, 28, 30 applications we received. And through scrutiny and through interviews, we could select around 10 interns. They are from second year to final year of the BTech. And they are working as interns in our campus. Okay, so this is called as a kind of academic incubation. Again, one more is corporate incubation. Many companies are coming ahead from Kolhapur and even from Pune also. So they require the space inside the campus for their operations, you can say. And we provide them co-working space, even the corporate space. That is called as corporate incubation, a kind of corporate incubation. These are a variety of incubation models. And if you are having your own idea, or you can say your own solution, when I say idea, that idea is nothing but every time it's a solution for the problem. Generally what happens, we focus on the solution. Many students come to us with a solution. But generally we advise them that don't focus on the solution, focus on the problem. First, try to understand exactly what the problem is. Thoroughly analyze it by getting all the parametric data required for that analysis. And then come with number of alternative solutions. And in those alternative solutions, one solution should be best solution, and at least one solution should be worst solution. And then analyze those all solutions and then come up with feasible, affordable solution. See, many solutions are, you can say, those are best solutions, but those are not feasible. Even those are not affordable to the customers who are going to pay for that. And whenever you analyze any market problem or any societal problem, you visit to those people who will be your future either consumer or customer. So those people who are going to use that solution, or even those people who are going to pay for the solution. So you meet at least 100 such people. get their feedback, and not only informal feedback, try to get formal feedback. You prepare a Google form, you prepare a questionnaire on hard copy, you conduct an interview with questions, and try to analyze what answers they have given, try to make them categorically, you can say, make their, you can say, groups, and then come up with your best solution. And that best solution should be feasible and affordable to those people. And that is called as your solution or your product or your service. That may be a physical product or that may be a service offered to the customers. And for that, first part, just I told you, the incubation support we provide, that is the first part. Apart from that, we provide 360-degree nurturing to that startup. When I say the 360-degree nurturing, first starts with mentorship. We provide all kinds of mentorship. Right now, we are having 30, 40 mentors in our mentors pool from variety of sectors. So mainly we require technical mentors because we are TBI, Technology Business Incubator. So we require technological mentors, technological experts, you can say. We require legal mentors from law firms. So we are having law experts. We are having, you can say, some consultancy services experts like CA, CS, company secretary. So these kind of also mentors are there. And most important is the business mentors. Because many times what happens, the engineering students can do the miracles in the product development. They develop the product and with innovative method, but they don't know how to sell it. Because marketing is the toughest part. You can prepare, you can generate, you can develop anything, but how to convince to people to use that? That is very important. And for that, they require business mentors. Mainly the business mentors teach them how to enter into the market. So I give always that example, how Jio has entered in the market. You might have experienced. Okay. How many of you know the first time Jio started, they conducted a big event. No one was knowing what exactly Jio is doing. And they they organized a big event of launching Jio mobile service. Yes. I'll conclude. Yeah. Okay. I think our next speaker is ready. So I'll be here for 2 days. Both my colleague and I will be here for both today and tomorrow. So if you're having any question, answer, any related to incubation center, anytime they can connect, and they can have my number also from the organizers. So thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. If there are any queries and questions about the incubation of startups, please do ask. When sir mentions they got 12 CR of fundings in their hand right now, that is 12 CR of opportunity for you. I'll just let you know one story. मेरा एक alumni के साथ ऐसा interaction चला था when I was of your age, and eventually someone said like, okay, I'll just throw away an offer. This is like 1,000 rupees, and who wants it? And eventually no one turned up. Everyone was shy. कैसे जाके मैं ले लूं? And suddenly one guy went over there. He just took the money, sat quietly, and easily take them. He said he is go-getter. He's going to opportunize the opportunities, whatever they are coming in front of them. So अभी sir ने अभी बोला 12 से यार बांटने का है मेरे को. ये समझ लो. He's not floating कि वो मेरे पास 12 CR है. आपके पास नहीं, ऐसे नहीं बोल रहा, मेरे को बांटना ही है. So just remember that you have to go get it. No one is stopping you. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll proceed with the paper presentations, and I will hand over the dais, the mic to Vaishnavi to carry on the paper presentation sessions.
Thank you, ma'am. So let us begin with a paper presentation session. I would like to introduce our moderator for today's paper presentation, architect Ruturaj Kulkarni. He has Masters in Sustainability from Bharati Vidyapeeth. He has certified for 10 plus courses by United Nations, CC, Learning and WHO. He has been part of organizing 4 national, international conferences and co-convener for 1 international conference. Professional practice and on energy and green audits, sustainability consultant, universal accessibility consultant with 15 plus years of experience. We are really happy to have you, sir, here for our presentation. I would like to ask Sanika ma'am to take over from here.
We'll start with technical sessions. I would like to brief you all with guidelines of technical sessions. Each participant will be given 15 minutes for presenting their paper. Timer will start as soon as the presenter starts the presentation. At the end of each technical session, we will have time for interaction with the session chair as well as the question and answer round. A kind request to everyone to keep your mobile phones on silent mode. We will start with the first technical sessions of the day. Okay, our first paper presentation is from architect Armita Roy and Atul Fauzdar. They'll be joining us online.
Hi, are we audible? Hello?
Are we audible, ma'am? Am I audible?
Ready?
Right.
You all can start.
Am I audible? Am I audible? Hello?
Just a minute. Just a minute.
Shall we start?
Shall we start, ma'am? Hello?
Can you start?
Yes, shall we start, ma'am?
Yes, please start.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. A warm welcome to all the participants, jury members, and the presenters. Myself, Parimita Roy, along with my colleague Atul Jayant Fauzdar, will be presenting the paper on environmental alignment towards net zero school campus, case study based approach. So, next slide, please. So basically, the paper focuses on understanding the positive impact of net zero approach in greenfield projects and opportunities in brownfield school projects. So the objective of the research is to create an awareness in the users towards net zero approach and sculpting the young minds for natural environment rather than artificial comfort. Next slide, please.
And the understudy currently the analysis of the generation citizenship of the group. We came to understand that there are 2 areas with new quality analysis. So there are 4 series of research on the regime, population, and transformation. The research is getting on the awareness about the practices observations about how practical challenge perform. The operational task down to the practical implementation of their knowledge and transformational capabilities to transform things into the positive way bringing society to change. While left with primary and secondary schools in India are basically four parts of the modern education system in India. That is the primary schooling and secondary schooling, then higher secondary, degree level, and the post-graduation level. While we selected primary and secondary schooling,
Can you please be a little bit louder?
Sure.
Mr. Atul?
Yeah, am I audible now? Okay, so while we selected the primary schooling because that is the best possible age which we do, in which the things can be imbibed well and can be practiced better. So what we are expecting in future is future practitioners are going to be at the primary level now, and the primary school knowledge that comes very handy in the professional level. And the biggest possibility is that it can be imbibed very easily. So the aim of this research is to identify possible ways of implementing the NGO initiative legislation in part the school campuses of India. The objectives are to understand the current preparedness of these schools towards the understanding of net zero strategy, to study initiatives taken up by the various school institutions in India towards the understanding and implementation of net zero strategy, and to support the initiatives of school level with the institutions to align students towards the net zero future. The methodology followed for this is we had done a brief background study, which
Armita Roy and Mr. Atul Fauzdar, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Now you all are audible.
I think just check if sir is audible or not. I think I am audible.
Audible at all.
Sir, can you speak, sir? Once.
Hello.
Can Atul be a bit louder, please?
Hello. Yeah. Am I audible properly now?
A little bit more, please.
Okay. Hello. Hello.
We cannot hear you. Your time is running. We cannot hear you, Mr. Atul.
Hello. Am I audible now?
Yes, yes. Please continue.
Okay. So the methodology which we are following is there's a background study which we have done, which understands the need of environmental strategies, then the role of the educational institutes, and we came up with the research question which says that what factors should be introduced to align the existing school campuses towards the net zero atmosphere. In literature review, we have studied the initiatives taken by the Indian government towards the net zero strategies. And then there are certain case studies which we have done, which will come into the subsequent slides. The primary survey is taken up to understand certain factors, which will also explain in the subsequent slides, and the analysis part, which talks about the observation, discussion, findings, and recommendation and conclusion.
So, okay, starting with the literature review was done to understand the initiative taken by the Indian government towards net zero in different stages. So, if we see in 2018 came the Green Building Council, IGBC, for energy efficient buildings. In 2021 came the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, same for energy efficient buildings. And then in 2021 happened the UN Climate Summit in Glasgow, where India committed to achieve net zero emission by 2070. And in 2023, the UGC launched its efforts to make educational campus net zero. So these are the initiatives which were taken by the Indian government till date. Next slide. So, coming to the first case study, first case study taken is of Eco School India program, which is an international initiative And there are around 150 schools enrolled under Eco School India initiative. And they have taken several themes like health and living, energy, biodiversity, wastewater management, and water resource management to curb on the climate change. Next slide, please. The main focus of the initiative is to work towards the 17 SDG goals through different activities in the school, like using 4 Rs: reuse, reduce, recycle, and recover in waste management, rainwater harvesting, soil stabilization, food production, sanitation, and waste management, etc. in the programs. Next slide. So the second case study taken was of Adarsh Vidya Mandir school campus, which is in Badlapur, Maharashtra. The project focuses on net zero wastewater management. The initiative was taken by Badlapur Municipal Council to go for decentralized reuse-oriented wastewater management. So here, if you see the right side corner of the slide, the diagram shows that a separate block, toilet block has been designed, and the wastewater from that toilet block goes to the biogas settlers. There, the solid waste settles down, and the water flows into the anaerobic baffle reactor for a treatment. And after that, it goes to the constructed wetland, and from there the water flows to the polishing pond. Finally, after the treatment, it is used for irrigation and landscaping. And also the urine from the gents toilet is separated, and it is hygienated and waste for landscape and for irrigation. So, and next slide. So that's third case study taken is of Chetna College campus, which is in Bandra, and the case study is done for a net zero waste management. So here the key of effective waste management is properly segregating waste and then to put it in proper use. So here the students are encouraged to display their creativity by making artifacts from different waste materials, and they are given credits in their subjects accordingly. The initiative taken are like to curb the generation of paper waste. Many of the administrative process and exam processes are conducted online to save on paper. The garden waste goes for mulching and acts as a natural fertilizer to the soil, and kitchen waste goes to compost waste, which gets converted to nutrient-rich compost. So these are the 3 case studies, and now we will come to the primary survey. Yes, sir.
So the primary survey through a questionnaire was conducted to understand the ground reality of the secondary schools in Mumbai on a sample basis. So we tried to understand the mode of transport the stakeholders use to reach the campus. And we also tried to explain them what are the various activities which are involved in the net zero campaigns and the strategies. So what we understood that a majority of them are aware about the net zero concepts, but activity point of view, there are very less activities which are being performed at the school level. They also totally understand the importance of the net zero strategies which has to be there. Moving ahead, we also tried to understand that what are the different strategies or activities which they are aware of through the school teachings or through the various campaigns which happen at the school level. So there are certain common areas like reduce, reuse, recycle campaigns, then solar energy usage, then plantation drives on campus. There are certain things which students and stakeholders are totally aware about. But there are certain things like waste management, then water harvesting, use of the sustainable materials, which are little bit lacking in, and which are little awareness also is little less in those areas. However, the willingness of participation from the stakeholders is very much. If you can observe the left-hand corner bottom graph, more than 90% of them are willing to participate in such activities. So we jot down the work areas under which we can actually work on. So one is campus surroundings. That totally depends on the way people access the campus. So there's a heavy vehicular movement around the campus, because of which there could be health-related issues to the stakeholders, which could be one of the areas which we need to work on. And secondly, the net zero awareness. So we spoke to them about regarding certain activities which can be performed at the school level. So activities like awareness campaigns on net zero campus, waste recycling drives, then waste conservation initiatives, environmental clubs, energy saving initiatives, and eco-friendly material hands-on workshops. So these are certain activities which they would be interested into to understand and to be aware of the net zero strategies, so that the students are also well equipped with the basic knowledge about all these concepts.
So, based on the 3 case studies and a primary survey, few recommendations are made. First, policy level initiative should be taken by the central government, where every institute should implement net zero concept in the campus. Second is to implement net zero concept in school. There it should be categorized. That is, first, outreach and education program and surveys, facilities in and infrastructure, provision of measuring results. Then third is school should implement a customized syllabus that includes at least one subject that is entirely paperless, including its exam. Fourth is a student should earn rewards with academic credits based on foundational principles of reusing, recycling, and renovating aligning with the net zero concept. Fifth is a separate budget should be allocated at institute level for net zero alignment. And finally, the paper strongly recommends establishing a dedicated department specifically for net zero alignment in the educational campus. So next slide, the paper concludes stating that a conscious pedagogic approach at a right stage can benefit the institute as well as the stakeholders to achieve sustainable development goals. As it is evident from the primary survey that there is very little awareness about the net zero concept at school level. So the need of the hour is to introduce net zero concept in their curriculum and spread awareness about it. So therefore, government policies and financial support should be provided to institutions at both the state and central level to encourage school management authorities to adopt these initiatives.
So we tried to relate the root analysis in the modern era, and the research part can be carried out at the authority level for introduction of net zero strategies in secondary school campuses, primary and secondary school. That comes under the policy framing. The observation part, the activities carried out at the campus level, which students observe and they learn from that, so that their mindset is clear. At the operational level, initiatives that students can be part of, and they get a hands-on experience to carry out the activities. And as a part of transformation, transformation is expected at the intellectual level, so that the concepts are imbibed and be part of their lifestyle. So this is what modern root analysis we would like to present at the end.
Thank you, Armita and Atul. Time's up.
Yeah, we are done. Thank you.
Yes.
So
So
yes,
question
we
and
are done,
answers,
ma'am.
will be done at the end. Next paper presentation is by Ms. Saili and Ruchira Patkar. Please start.
Hello. Hello. Hello, am I audible?
And yes, please go ahead.
Are we audible?
Just be a bit louder.
Are we audible?
You are audible, but be a bit louder.
Okay. Okay. So we are looking at urban greens for net zero cities. I, architect Sairi Sondargekar, and my colleague architect Ruchira Patkar, we are both faculties at Thakur School of Architecture and Planning. I'm sorry, there's a lot of echo. I think someone else has unmuted. Okay. So we are looking at SDG goal number 13.
I think the echo is from your side. Siley. Siley, please can you unmute?
Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, you.
Okay. So the types of urban greens are reserved open spaces, which are reserved by the development plan. Non-available sites, which are open spaces, but there is a plinth built on it, and then hence the area is not able to be utilized for open spaces. Then there is sites in use, which is about, for example, garden, playground, gymkhana, stadium, open grounds. So those kind of sites which are already taken care of by allocating certain green functions to it. However, they do not allow parking, hawking, garbage, debris dumping, etc. Then there is sites that are not in use, which are also abuse sites, which means they are open, but they are not utilized by people for recreation purposes. They are intended for that, but they are then misused by parking, hawking, or garbage dumping. Then there are inaccessible sites, which because of a road or because of certain infrastructure that is there or certain structures that are there, they become inaccessible naturally. Then there is sites with restricted entry, where if there is a club membership or if there is a membership to access the particular ground or a garden, where not everyone can access the site, but they can be, the entry is limited to certain people only. So what happens in these cases, these urban greens, they contribute for social interaction, civic engagement, health and well-being, economic development, ecological value. So while that is happening, we are looking at these urban greens, encouraging these urban greens for creating net zero buildings. Moving ahead, talking about the strategies for enhancing urban greens, the green space area could be increased. Integrated urban planning with impact assessment is necessary. Then sustainable and adaptive management practices can be adopted along with community engagement participation. Certain green bonds could be signed through policy interventions. Technology and innovation could be put to best use. Funding and investment is one important factor. Then corporate social responsibility and similar activities could be conducted for maintenance and protection of urban greens. Then monitoring and evaluation using performance indicators should be regularly conducted.
Talking about the challenges, one major challenges faced in any in process of maintenance of any urban green space is about funding and investment, because the cost included for upliftments are really high, and the sources are limited in that sense. So policy coordination is one thing that due to non-alignment of certain local bodies can be faced too. Then there are technological barriers as to limited availability or scalability of a particular green space. And then inculcating civil sense and forcing people to follow it is a challenge. Then talking about the net zero goals, which could be designed for cities, we can plan towards reducing emissions by decarbonization. Integrated energy approach is required. There should be site-specific locations which could target the local zones. Circular economy should be practiced. There should be equity and inclusion in all kinds, and resilience building is required for a sustainable approach. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Aditi and Dheeraj. Miss Aditi.
Ma'am, I believe
Unmute. Okay. Am I audible? Hello? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, audible.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. I'm just sharing my screen. Oh, sorry. My screen is visible, I hope. Hello? My screen is visible, I hope.
You may start your presentation.
Hello? Yeah. So this is architect Aditi Sontake, Associate Professor, Thakur School of Architecture and Planning. So my title of this presentation is Zero Liquid Discharge, a Sustainable Solution for Industrial Wastewater Management. And I myself is the first author, and my two authors are architect Dheeraj Salhotra and engineer Keshav Kamath. So this particular topic covers 4 goals, goal 6, 4 SDGs, SDG 6, 8, 9, and 12. Now about the abstract. This is basically the scope of this study is about industrial wastewater management. So here is the abstract. Industrial sector across the world is facing 2 major challenges: inadequate water supply and wastewater disposal. But these challenges are no longer than their solutions. Though the concerned water supply authority has limitations in supplying fresh water to the industries can manage their own water need fully and or partially by harvesting rainwater and recycling effluent generated in their own premise. So industrial wastewater contains majorly chemicals. Its disposal in the environment degrades environmental quality in terms of air quality, hydrological systems, geological characteristics, and ecological balance on local and regional level. Ultimately, these adversely affect public health, social well-being, and economic progress. So this is about the need of industrial wastewater management. The technology of now the solution for this is zero liquid discharge, and that can be proven as a sustainable solution to these challenges. So ZLD is basically it is an on-site wastewater recycling system. This system enables treating the industrial effluent generated in the premise and reusing it for its own industrial processes. Also, the industrial residuals or solvents removed from the effluent through the treatment process are turned into the solid form and recycled for reuse or disposed safely. Considering these two aspects, the ZLD system is proven as environmentally justifiable and economically beneficial. The paper overviews ZLD process and its applications for recycling industrial wastewater and other residuals. It also refers standards and norms of treated effluent for reuse and or safe disposal in the environment. The study will be concluded by referring the case example of the industries operating ZLD systems and its sustainability in terms of surrounding environmental quality and economic benefits of the industries. So these are the four sustainable development goals this particular topic covers. That is clean water and sanitation, and the targets for these are 6.3 and 6A. Then the decent work and economic growth. Again, it is related to industrial resource management. Then industry innovation and infrastructure, that is SDG 9, and SDG 12 is responsible consumption and production. So these four goals are covered in this topic. So actually, this is about the milestones, why about the need of zero liquid discharge. The Clean Water Act in United States, there were the Clean Water Act published in United States of America, that because in those days the wastewater was directly drained into the natural water bodies, and it affected the public health and environmental quality. So that was the first thing in 1960, United States of America, they passed this act. Then Water Act 1974, that is in India, it is again about the prevention and control of pollution of water. The Environment Protection Act 1986, Millennium Development Goals 2000 in 2007. In these Millennium Development Goals, also United Nations had declared for 2000 to 2015. In that also they have talked about the clean water. And Sustainable Development Goals 2015, that is now they're currently all the nations are working on it. So these are the milestones about this particular concern, environmental concern. So zero liquid discharge, that is a technology. Now we'll come to the zero liquid discharge. It's a technological approach to wastewater treatment and mainly suitable for industrial effluents. Water in this particular diagram. So it is clearly explains about the circulation or circular economy, we can say, about the zero liquid discharge. So this is the fresh water is supplied to the industries, then the wastewater is generated through industrial processes, and then wastewater, then there are two basically byproducts. One is solid and the other is water. So that solid, it can be recovered as a resource, or it can be disposed safely as per the government norms. And the other byproduct is treated freshwater for reuse. So the same wastewater can be reused in the same industry without draining outside or without crossing the boundary of the industry. Then this is the process of zero liquid discharge. So there are 4 stages of these processes. That is a pre-treatment. That is the first stage, concentration. Hello? Hello? Okay. Am I audible? So this is a pre-treatment. That is the first stage. The second stage is concentration. Then the third stage is crystallization. And fourth stage stage is resource recovery. So the pre-treatment, it is all about the filtration. We'll see one by one how that this process works. Then concentration is a reverse osmosis or electrodialysis. And the third is evaporation, and fourth is distribution. So we'll just go through one by one. So about the zero liquid discharge, this is the foremost step of zero liquid discharge. It is simply a filtration process, and in this process, basically it's a primary. If all the physical matters present in the water, such as metals, silica, and other solids, are removed in a clarifier, bulk suspended solids are coagulated, are removed by coagulation process, and water enters into the flocculation chamber where all the solids are settled at the bottom of the tank. And after this step, water enters into the gravity settlers for sedimentation. So this is the pre-treatment. After this pre-treatment, there is the next thing is concentration. Dissolved solid in the first state, all the suspended solids are removed. In the second stage, all the dissolved solids are removed. There are 2 treatments are considered in this. That is a reverse osmosis, and the second is electrodialysis. So in this reverse osmosis, it's both are the membrane processes. So water membranes. So membranes are used where all the solids are captured, and the clean water goes to the third stage, that is a crystallization. This is the crystallization is the evaporation.
You are exceeding your time.
Okay. Okay, this is the evaporation. It's a evaporator and condensation. Ultimately the fourth, that is the final stage, is the resource recovery. In this stage, there are water and solids present in the wastewater. Water and solids present in the wastewater, those are recovered and reused in the same industry. So drivers of zero liquid industry, that is the limited sources of water, high cost of raw materials, adverse environmental impact, environmental regulations, and resource recovery. And these are the challenges, and this is the conclusion and the way forward. The industrial wastewater contain high inorganic and or organic load, hence need to adopt ZLD systems. So industries will face closure for a long time if found violating the prescribed standards and having installed on online effluent monitoring devices, and data will be available with regulatory bodies and also in public domain. So this is all about my web.
And next we have Miss Purvi. Miss Purvi, is she there? Can you please stop sharing the slide?
Yes, yes. Yes, I'm just
Yeah, thank you. Please come. Anyhow, you wanna-
Hello. Hello, everyone. I am Purvi Dasri, an AI architect who comes from traditional belief systems. And today I would like to take this opportunity to present to you all a software idea which just bridges the gap between creativity and sustainability. Next. So just giving a more background about myself. I had 2 years of work experience under Dr. Prabhakar Rao, who was my mentor as well. We took a wide range of projects like master planning of entire Chandigarh ashrams. So they were like big scale projects on which I understood what are the parameters and constraints we as an architect who are driven by passion, who wants to make our building and our design leave an impact on living quality or better environmental impacts. So we underwent through some more projects, and while pursuing these projects, I understood this design technique where we resonate with land. So instead of putting our own minds as architect, we understand from the site what it requires and in which area, which spaces we need to work. So then also I took the initiative of launching a masterclass in AI, where we trained more than 30 architects and designers to how to use AI in their day-to-day life, which resulted in bringing the foundation of this presentation. Next. So based on these experiments and learnings from our masterclass, we found out these problems. First of all, there are some softwares, but what about site-driven data? What about the easement of sustainable data? We all know that there are a lot of data which we require as architects and designers in order to understand what the site is, how is it responding, and what our idea should be in order to make it like really to bring the juice of architecture in our designs, right? The second is, like I said, there are AI tools because we trained people in AI tools, but is it available for everyone? Is it available to students like you or freelancers like me or single architects? So that was the second one. The third one is, once we come or enter the field of architecture, we start our lives with time foundation, right? We have in school, college life also, in freelancing life also, even if we have a big firm, we are always time constraints. And to add to that, we also have site constraints like FAR, building heights, or land use, this and that. So these were some problems which we identified with the experiences which we had. Next. My motivation for today's presentation is to address the gaps which these modern technology have, and to produce or to generate a platform which is AI driven and it gives design solutions to be able to bridge the gap between our creativity and sustainability, or the traditional design techniques and the modern needs. Next. So what is the solution for today's need of R? First of all, what this software does is it's AI-powered generative design software. It creates site-driven data. So for example, if you have a site in Pune, it will give you Pune context data like climate data or sun path ratio or sun angle calculator, windrows map, psychometric chart. All these are the basis of our design ideas, which we used to learn in our semesters. But now maybe because of the modernism or time bounds, we have passed the stage of putting that much of passion or time. Second is, this software allows you to prompt and make a 3D conceptual model. For example, a student in their semesters also, we have like wonderful ideas, but when it comes to making it a visual form of it to represent to in front of clients or professors or things like that, we always kind of lag. So this software gives an option to prompt and make a conceptual model of your visual or your ideas. Third is, after the user inputs the data like the site and all those things and the model, this software then gives it a sustainability metrics or sustainability statistics based on codes like IGBC, ECBC, climate consultant. So this software is basically driven by the principles of architecture, which our architectural community has been working on for ages to make us architects be able to produce some environmental friendly or better living spaces, better breathing spaces, better daylight spaces through our architecture. Next. This is a small wire frame of what the software does. On the left hand side, you can see the input section where the users have to put the site data like site location. They can mark the site. They can then justify the style of the building. Like in Pune, we have Vada style architecture. You can do so many Karnataka style architecture, Kerala style architecture, those things. Then we have slight constraints. You can put your FAR, you can put your setbacks, and those things will be adjustable once you do it. So it's like full moderate. Then yeah, like site constraint. Then we can actually have the toolbars to make some conceptual models, like I said. Other than that, we also have a prompt section to be able to make that 3D conceptual model, which you can then place anywhere on your site. Once the user is finished with putting all these inputs, now the play comes from software. What software will do is it will analyze your design based on these codes, which IGBC, ECBC, and some websites like Climate Consultant have already made. There are PDFs, there are building codes, and we all are familiar with that, right? Even this building is IGBC rated building, Suzlon 1 So like that. So based on those principles, once you get the analysis, you will also get the suggestions based on material or based on local craftsmanship or based on traditional design beliefs. So just to, for this point, if I need to have one proper line, in our traditional architecture, we always had, answers or solutions to climate responsive designs. Why does Kerala or Karnataka, why does Kerala has courtyard in the middle? Why does Karnataka don't have that much of essence of courtyards? Because of the climate, because of the understanding of how any building or any space would answer or would react to that specific climate, right? But with the modernism and with the advancement of, the scaling up, there is so many people, population, everything is happening, and we are progressing at a bigger rate. That is why maybe we lost the touch of making things really impactful from our designing. Next. So also coming back from the space of launching a masterclass, we understood what kind of user segments should be there. Like I said, it should be available for everyone. So here we have students, freelancers, firms, and educational institute. And now you can see a revenue model, which is like a basic revenue model of how many users and how much of monthly revenue and yearly revenue can this generate. Again, this table is not like some artificial table or something. It has come from our experiences because we kind of worked more than 25 AI softwares. And to be really honest, even to make this pitch deck, I had to pay like $1 or $2 or $17 to AI softwares, which I couldn't afford because I don't have an international pay card. So I have to make it on my own. But just to make you all feel that if we have AI and we are not able to use it, then what is the use of AI, right? Next slide. Again, when I talk about scalability of this idea or the software, first of all, India and this entire world is so much rich in culture and heritage and traditional designing architecture that from every nook and corner, we can get the traditional design beliefs of that space. So once we are started with the base model, then actually we can scale it up to other countries and different parts of the world, right? Second of all is that since it also lets you export your data in various other softwares like Rhinoceros, SketchUp, Revit, so it also has the opportunity to merge few other softwares which are also AI driven or which have some automations to some extent, but you can actually collaborate with these. So that is the scalability of it. And the main factor is us being architects, we have the biggest power in hand because we are the creators, right? We can create what we want with the help of AI now. Because earlier it was not, if earlier without AI, I would have come here and told you all that, देखो अभी traditional belief systems है, उसको हम लोग skyscraper में लगा देते हैं, तो वो possible नहीं होता ना, हम लोगों को कितना 2 महीना 3 महीना कितना लगता है, 10 लोगों को बैठाना पड़ता कि कैसे possible होगा. But now AI is there and we can tweak AI to make this function happen. So why not use it, right? So with every coming environmental urgency, we can scale this software or this idea to address that urgency and to give solution for that need of the hour, right? Next. So that is my idea for today, and my my software and this idea caters to goal number 9 and goal number 11 of sustainability. And I hope you all were, enjoying the journey which I made you go through. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hello. Okay. Afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Purvi, for such a wonderful presentation. It was really eye-opener for everyone because almost everyone was almost about to sleep. Anyway, so yes, we have seen 4 wonderful papers presented. All of you are students of architecture, right? All of you. So you have different things in mind. Yes. Okay, okay. So we have been connected with different faculty students online, and here you architecture students are present. So the papers which were presented, those were mostly related to architecture field, but the last paper that was presented, wonderfully presented, that was from the field of AI, which is connected to almost every field. Now let's go to the conclusions of every paper, and if you have any questions or if anyone else online has any question, we will talk over here. So the first paper that was presented, it was all about putting net zero sustainable goals in the schools in terms of awareness to actual application. Now, as an architect, if you have to design a school, what kind of things you would like to apply in terms of net zero building? If you have any questions regarding that, please do ask. Or from any other faculty, any other person wants to ask about it, that application of net zero architectural goals in sustainability goals, how would you apply that? They have applied and they have successfully presented that through research, observation, operation, and transformation, it can be applied. So do you have any questions regarding it? Anyone online? Yeah.
So Purvi, sorry. So in AI, when she's talking about her software, so how to go about for the net zero, or have you come up with your integrations of credit points or any kind of checklist to go for net zero? As in, like right now, the nation says like till 2057, we need to have all the government buildings net zero. And one of the corporates like Tata says like all over the world, whatever our campuses are there, we will go for net zero campuses. So in that way, have you come up with some kind of integration for green building rating systems or any other net zero kind of systems, or maybe a checklist on green thing?
Thank you, sir, for the question. So like I said, this software has 2 parts. First is making any design climate responsive, which is like only through sun path diagrams and windrows map, you can do that. But when it comes to making bigger scale projects sustainable, so many things comes into play, like sustainable products, materials, things like that, right? So what this software does is, based on your model and things like that, it gives you the solution based on these codes which make any building net zero building. Basically, a net zero building is a building which doesn't require any energy systems, right? Any artificial energy systems. It creates its own energy for its own self. Doesn't interrupt with environment or things like that, right? So when I talk about giving sustainability matrices and sustainability solutions, it actually gives you sustainability product list, traditional design list, and things like that. And also, like I said, the scalability of the software in the coming years, if for like if it works properly in the coming years, we can also integrate functions like traditional design belief systems in it. So I think it answers your
It is
question.
at a very early stage right now, but how do you see yourself to compete with the giants in the software like AutoCAD, Beam, and all these people? So how do you seek incubators help for this thing? I guess your presentation was more inclining towards a pitch deck for the incubation. Yeah.
So like I mentioned my experience in masterclass, there are softwares like Forma and TestFit, which we have been working through, and we have actually done projects in it. But what I faced personally is if I give it a small site or a different site, the data which it gives me is not adequate. It's just, for example, if I ask for wind analysis, it gives me the areas where we can have strolling winds. So basically, it's asking me to maybe ideate on the spaces or the activities. Like for strolling winds, we can have standing spaces, we can have balconies. For sitting, we can have like light winds, things like that. But that is not required, right? If just with the windrows map, we can understand what kind of spaces we want to create with what kind of orientations. So the current technology, I don't think so has that adequate data. I think they are in the process of making things better, but this software has the goal is to give site driven data so that architect can actually use it and make something impactful out of it.
Have you done any study like what is the market size right now and kitna architects log hai वगैरह वगैरह वो सारा चीज? What is the pool you are looking for in Indian market? बाहर कहाँ ये वो?
So I would start with making it for Indian markets only, and then maybe we can spread globally. That is I have not, so basically since this is the first pitch deck, I have only concentrated on how the functionality of the softwares will be, and to achieve the functions, what all we need. Is the function possible or not? Basically, when I talk about 3D model generation, this is something which kind of some softwares are trying to do, but the result is not as per the standard or quality of what me as an architect would need. I can't take something and just present it to the client and say that abhi thoda aur kaam bacha hai, right? I need to present the perfect, the one glance catching presentation, right? Like maybe I did here, but that's what I need to do with clients. So for that, we need that much of adequacy in data and things like that.
Okay, thank you for setting up an example. I'll just hand you over to the other research.
So you have done an excellent presentation. I have just one thought in mind that when we do AI software or AI integration to our designs, so there is always a context of urban and rural or maybe a two-tier city. So traditional system architecture, when we implement, whether AI is really needed into that or not, that is first question in rural areas specifically. And if it is in urban context where already the complications are at a very different level with FAR and everything. So how will you blend this traditional architectural system, which you quoted in your sustainability goals, and in urban context? I mean, those are the little conflicting, or maybe you'll have to work a lot on those parameters.
So to answer that question, first of all, you are very correct, ma'am. We don't need AI in rural areas because they already know what they're doing. But once we come to urban context, we need those rural skilled manpower. We need those knowledge, those people to come and help us to blend in traditional design belief systems with modern techniques. For example, I was in conversation with this architect who was working in Jaipur. What she told me was, I just saw really amazing material and the technique is, I mean, mind blowing. But how will I able to, blend it with my modern needs? Because the client want 5-floor buildings and I don't know if it's possible or not. So first of all, we need not address the things which are already being addressed, like in the rural context, maybe. Second of all, this software helps the cultural people, like the cultural traditional belief people or things like that, who are skilled in their local traditional, architectural style. They can come up. We can raise now those communities and ask them to basically become available for us urban people to help. So basically, we will be integrating the merging of traditional belief systems with modern through AI, because for us to be able to do that in human level won't be that possible. So that is where the AI will come into function. But this also is helping rural people to get uplifted, to get empowered, and to come out and show the world that, yeah, this is what we are doing and this is what we are best at. So maybe that answered your question to some bit. Yes.
So what I could understood.
Hello.
You mentioned you
Hello.
are looking to this as one of the startups. Yeah. So how did you come to these problems? You mentioned few problems. So from where did you find these problems actually? Really, these are the problems.
So like, so to be very honest, I left my job from ashram 9 months ago, because I am someone who comes with traditional design beliefs. I want people to feel what I design. I want them to enjoy and experience the spaces which I make. So when I was working with Dr. Prabhakar Rao, we actually went on site and we understood what the site wants from us, like talking about resonating with land, which many architects like Frank Lloyd Wright and people like them used to do. And their design had that impact, which we want, right? So after that, this news came out that AI is going to replace jobs and architects and all, then I was in the conflict that I've been practicing since 2 years, going on the site, working on the site. How can just one AI, some machine learning can come and take my place? I left my job, I started exploring in AI, and I explored more than 25 AI tools, which claims to be for architects and designers. And then I understood, for even me to pitch these softwares to people, how will I pitch? The first question was, for example, there's this software who takes 86,000 per month for a person. So again, it's not reliable, right? Even if it takes that much of money, is it providing us with that much of data? So there we again understood, in that software, there is only the climate things we can address. We can't import things. We can't import the already made models and, utilize those things as well. So when I was working with these softwares, I understood the gaps which the software has and what we as architects and designers need. So to address that, I took like a month to draw down these points of where the problem is happening and how can we, analyze and solve that.
Ultimately, have you conducted any kind of a formal market survey for that?
No, sir.
Okay.
I have to do that.
Okay. And again, you mentioned what your solution you are proposing as per that. So you need to give a certain input parameters to that AI software, and based on that, it is going to give the output, design output. Okay. Yeah. So every time, suppose if you give the same input parameters, so it will be coming out with the same design output. It may happen, no?
Yeah, but again, every design can't be with the same concept. Your concepts
No,
will be different,
suppose,
ideas.
suppose it may happen rarely. Suppose there are two design engineers and they are giving some certain parameters to their softwares. Coincidentally, both design engineers are given the same set of same values for those parameters. Then it may happen in the software that both engineers are coming out with the same design.
No, sir, because that can happen if you give the same area or the same location. If the location changes, if all the data will change, because it's based on the
but when you
particular
design
site.
manually, that time for the same locations, suppose there are 10 design engineers, they come out with 10 multiple designs.
Yeah.
But that will be not possible in your software.
Then that is possible because we give the options, no? You
Suppose the options given by all 10 engineers are same.
No, not by the engineers. Once you put in everything, the software gives you the different solutions which you can apply.
Okay, multiple designs.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why it's named AI design generative. So it's,
okay. Okay. And
I've not done the market research on the audience because I
that
thought
is
that
important.
yeah,
That is important.
that is
And
important. But I have done the market
not
research on the
only
softwares.
not only from the because in my session I mentioned the market research from consumer and customer side both, but here the market research from the customers also and from the software users also. The software users will be different in your case and the customer will be different in your case.
Okay.
So from both market survey is required here. And the last question, so what kind of incubation support you require for this?
First of all, to be very honest again, I recently understood what goes all into making a software. So I've been sitting with SRM coders and I've been understanding what is prototype, what is wireframe, and to make any function happen, what is the background which goes into it. So we have been searching for AI models which actually can do these things, because we can tweak those AI models and make this happen. So for me, I would like for a virtual incubation offer, because I already have some things going on in Bangalore.
Okay.
But I want this
So
to be...
already you are incubated in Bangalore?
No, no, no.
No.
I'm working in Bangalore.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
And any co-founder is there with you?
No.
No. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Indeed, that was a great presentation and it has been really, really nice. Yeah.
Purvi, see, you talked about you would be happy to integrate number of softwares in your application. So how you are going to do it? Because there are so many softwares already architects and sustainable consultants are using. For example, for writing, Luminance is there, Ecotect is there, eQuest is there, so many. So even for mapping, you talked about site context, you are integrating the data of site, you are going to integrate into your software. Okay. So there are again, no data is available right now in India. The municipal authorities, local authorities are facing problem of getting maps, because we still rely upon British maps, the survey maps done by the Britishers. Then before 200 years back, something like that. So in mapping also there are many softwares like free softwares, QGIS or ArcGIS, but the data is not available proper. So how can, if we are not having the authentic input data, how can we generate the authentic output from the, yes.
When you talk about mapping, are you talking about land use maps?
Right. No, 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 not mapping, not that.
Topography.
Topography,
Okay.
contours,
Okay.
because even students are using the Google Earth. Google Earth is not having Z axis, only X and Y is authentic.
Yeah.
So there are many problems, so many problems, and architecture is not that easy.
Yeah, definitely.
So I'm having many doubts when we talked about this application. Sir rightly said, you need to collect so much data. So actually, you should be able to write down your problem identification in clear statement. Problem statement is not clear. What I understand.
Can I answer?
Okay, thank you.
If you give me an opportunity, I can actually present a software which in one click generates the topography, gives you the urban context. Yes. Okay, okay. Also about that question, when you asked me to how many softwares will I integrate and things like that. So to answer that, the idea of integrating the software is when we use the data. So for example, if I have the data in my software, now I need to model it a bit more because it's only to the conceptual level. I need to take it to .obg or .dxf, right? For Blender or SketchUp like that. That is the space I was talking about, that this software will be able to export things to Rhinoceros, to Revit and softwares like that.
You can start working it out at site level, not for bigger scale, scalability for only for smaller scale plots. So that would be better, I think. Prototyping.
Actually,
otherwise it won't be possible, because
ma'am, everything is possible.
so complex, and how can you say AI is helpful for giving solutions to each and every type of or different types of or diverse types of locations, context, sites, so many other things are there.
Yes, ma'am. So I have been working with this software known as Autodesk Forma. And like you said that there is no software available for topography and things like that. But actually Forma gives the contour map directly because yeah. Huh. Okay, that is what you're saying. But recently I worked with a project where you know what happened with me. my sir my sir wanted me to make the contour map contour modeling for our landscaping project, but the third party couldn't give me the contour map in AutoCAD. So I had to take the entire site to Forma, and there I matched my site plan to the site. And once we check the levels, it also gives you the level. So once we check the levels, it was actually the levels which was written in the site plan. So I think there are some softwares which are working on it and which are making it possible, because without the authenticity, I don't think so Autodesk, such a company, would be creating a software and, you know, appealing to people that, yes, this is what I do and this is right or something like that. Because Autodesk has always been there for us. In fact, we train people to make their own commands in AutoCAD, because that is something which was already there. Autodesk always provided architects and designers with automations because it knows we have repetitive tasks, which we don't want to do. It's mundane tasks, right? It takes a lot of our time. So those are some things.
Even AutoCAD has got limitations.
Yeah.
Yeah,
to cross that, we can make our own commands now.
limitations, Revit has come up.
No, but I think Revit is a part of community which maybe people can use and have some effects out of it.
See, but AutoCAD is for only, that is a tool for the drafting, not for designing. And I don't think there will be any AI generated design tool which will create new things.
No, definitely. It's our mind which is going to create. We just want AI to help us achieve that time. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, if for a very small example, in SketchUp, if you just want to change a roof, you have to go back to SketchUp, you have to change the roof, put the material, take it to rendering software, render it there. In our module 2, we have softwares like Run Diffusion, Midjourney, which does all those things in a couple of minutes. You just have to prompt it and do it. So basically, the space which I'm coming from is, I have explored the kind of functions which these AI softwares are giving. I was against AI, to be honest. I started this journey because the news came out that AI is going to take our jobs. I am definitely against AI taking our jobs. But if it is possible for AI to help us bridge the gap between our passion, which, like I said, which gets, you know, alleviated by time constraints and things like that.
See, this is a good thing that as an architect, you are thinking of designing a AI generated tool, because all these softwares are designed by the engineers and they are not knowing our needs. So all the best, best of luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Purvi, kindly wait. Purvi, kindly wait. So this was really wonderful. Yeah, you have another question? So shall we take that another question? Okay. So I think all are super over here, right? It's really wonderful that you're doing.
I'm really grateful that I got this platform. I'm really grateful.
So my question was that you said it will give solutions to whatever traditional style and whatever data you put into it. But don't you think it will constrain the architect's mind and stop those innovations that one can do, that not really needed, that you know, you'll get solutions in the hands and you may not think ahead of that because of that tool?
To answer that, there's a project going on in Odisha SSU. It's a tower. It's going to be the highest tower, and it's going to be built in the style of those temples of you know, Jagannath Puri temples, sun temples. So there we kind of used the system to blend in this traditional materials and traditional designing techniques to make a skyscraper. So what this, again, the space which I'm coming from is to not stop any innovation. just to speed the innovation. We have the ideas, we have the passionate ideas, we have a lot of, innovations, but whatever is obstacles, like the obstacles which are coming in middle, like the time constraints and unavailability of the data, or actually things like that, those are getting solved by this software. This software is not, so for example, I could have easily put in generative plans, which lot of softwares are doing. They're just asking you to put some prompts. I want living room, I want courtyard, I want bedroom 2 3, and it will give you a plan. But I'm not doing that because I am against those things. I want the innovations to happen. And this software will only give you the space or the speed or the acceleration which you require in order to achieve your innovations. So your mind will be thinking, but the AI will be your free intern to help you achieve that. Maybe that will answer your question.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
I would like to put some words over here. What everyone is thinking, that AI is going to do our job for us. No. Trust me one thing. When an architect has an office, his workers or the trainee architects working under him are his AI. Understand this. How it works. Are his AI. If I am a boss at a place, I have 10 architects working under me. Those 10 architects are my AI. My job is to bring the project. I will bring the project, give a basic idea to my AI. Chalo isko generate karo, pura bana ke leke aao. They will bring entire completed design to me. Now it is my job whether to select it or discard it. So AI will give you a solution. It will not give you final answer. It will give you a solution. It's your job to whether to select it or discard it. You are the final decision maker. Your client is final decision maker. AI is not going to say, "Ye mera ho gaya, abhi aapka kaam khatam, bas yahi construct karna hai." It's not possible. We are finally going to choose. And other thing, as ma'am was also saying that, how is it possible that we are going to get entire data? So just one, I'm putting a thought to it. I'm not giving you any kind of answer, but I'm putting a thought to it. How much time it took from a monkey to become a man? Around 10 lakh years, right? How much time it took to become that monkey kind of man to become one industrialist, right? Around in 1800, again, thousands of years. From that industrial revolution to computer revolution, how much time it took? 100 years. From this computer revolution to AI generation, how much time it took? 24 years. From this AI revolution, how much time is it going to take to develop one step further or to go up to Mars? Time is continuously reducing. Trust me, my friends, you are going to see one big revolution in your lifetime. You are going to see transformation of human to entirely different level in your own lifetime, because the time scale is continuously reducing. And this is going to happen. So yes, I'm very sure that you're going to get all the data you need. And I'm pretty sure that these all big companies will be after you to get joined with your project. And I'm 100% sure someone in this room will be having a joint venture with you to work on that process and to work on that data. So I'm really sure that all of you will work good. I would like to appreciate Purvi. So Sudhir sir, would you kindly felicitate Purvi for her presentation and for her mind-provoking idea? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Purvi, for starting a culture of startups and pitch decks into the research paper conferences. You were the first to pitch. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I hand over mic to Nilima Bide ma'am.
after that, very, very interesting and happening, and what I can say, it was a very thought-provoking idea of a software for all the architects. And I'm sure you have taken all the inputs from all the professors and the students for your further working, right? So now we will commence with the conclusion of the first day one of the conference. As we draw to the end of the first day of the fourth multidisciplinary ICISDG 2024-25 conference, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your enthusiastic participation and insightful contributions. Today has been a day of learning, sharing, and collaboration. We have begun with an inspiring inaugural session, moved through thought-provoking addresses by our esteemed speakers, and engaged in simulating discussions during the paper presentation, like we did with Purvi today. Your active involvement has truly made this day a remarkable one. I would like to take a moment to thank our distinguished guests, speakers, and presenters for the invaluable insights and for sparking meaningful conversations. Your contributions have set a high standard for the rest of the conference. A special thanks to the organizing committee, which is the chief patron, Mr. Architect Mohan Nikam, the chief editor, Architect Ravindra Sarnaik sir, along with members of the organizing committee, Mr. Khushwinder Singh, the chairman of Environmental Forum Madagascar, Professor Mahesh Bangar, associate professor, BNCA, Professor Vandana Pusarkar ma'am, RC coordinator, ICISDG, and PhD scholar, CAK Kolhapur, and Mr. Sunil Gatade, chairman, KULS, and vice chairman, MVS Pune. A special thanks to all the volunteers who have worked tirelessly for the past, I guess, 1 month, 2 months continuously. Probably, yes, 6 months to start with. So a big round of applause for all the volunteers. As we conclude today's session, I encourage all of you to reflect on the discussions and insights shared today. Let's carry this momentum into the next day, that is tomorrow, ready to explore new ideas and forge stronger connections. Now we will break for high tea and followed by networking session and a press meet. Thank you very much, everyone. See you tomorrow.